have enjoyed this morning's Bumble. I hope the rain stays off for us all, and if it does, we'll all be out this afternoon for the sunset safari. Stay tuned for Escape to Nature.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the beautiful Gowrie Dam in Djuma in the Sabi Sands, and welcome to Escape to Nature. Thank you so much for joining us. I am very excited for today. My name is Lisa, and I will be your waterhole naturalist for the day, and I'm really looking forward to today. I really have no idea what we can expect today, because it is rather cloudy, as Lauren mentioned. And it is still drizzling a little bit in Djuma, but how lucky are we to start with this beautiful Egyptian goose. This poor bird is rather alert, not sure if something is going on, if they're just being dramatic as always. But the other three seem to be just foraging, looking for some seeds and tubes and really any vegetation they can get their beaks on. So I really am looking forward to also spending some time with all of you today, and of course spending some time with nature and just appreciating absolutely everything, from the big and the small, the plants, the flowers, butterflies hopefully, and hopefully some birding as well. Brandy, good morning. You are saying you are excited for another immersive day in nature. Absolutely. And if this is perhaps your first time on Escape to Nature and joining us, this is literally what I like to call a therapy session. We are not rushing to all of the big sightings. Of course, when they do come along, it's an absolute bonus. But we love to just spend time and look at the smaller things, have some awesome discussions, and just listen to everything that's going on in and around us. And speaking of which, please do send through your questions, your comments, anything you might have throughout the journey of Escape to Nature, and of course all of our other adventures as well. But please do get in touch with us. We love hearing from you, and at the end of the day, this is your safari, so let me know what you would like to search for, or what you are looking forward to, or what you would of course like to learn about. And I really just love all of the birds calling. You can hear crested barbets, of course the buffalo weavers. Every now and again we can also hear the woodlands kingfisher. I'm very surprised this Egyptian goose has not made some noise yet. Michelle, good morning. So good to hear from you. Thank you so much. You are saying a day with myself on the cams is always a great day. Thank you. And a day with all of you is always the best. I really am looking forward to today. And I hope we'll see a lot of incredible things. Not necessarily just big mammals and, a lot of action. But just something as simple as this Egyptian goose. Being able to observe it this close. Have a look at them and just appreciate everything actual grass, all of the water that we've had in Djuma. If any of you live in South Africa, you know that we have been experiencing a lot of rainfall over the past couple of days. It's actually becoming quite problematic in some areas, but for the bush it is always wonderful. What are you listening to? There's some Franklin's alarm calling, so I'm wondering if there is in fact not something around. Lisa's fan club, good morning. You would like to know what am I hoping to see. You know what? I am not going to have any expectations today. Of course, I am always hoping for elephants. I really will be super grateful if we get to see some elephants here at Djuma Dam. And you know, if Mother Nature really wants to spoil us, a good swim will be wonderful. But really anything, Lisa's fan club. And please, all of you, let me know what you are looking forward to today. Perhaps you want to do some birding. Perhaps you want to discuss anything in particular. Of course, you know, I'm always up for a good chat. So let me know what you are looking forward to today. And if you have just joined us, what we are looking at currently is an Egyptian goose. A very common bird species all over Africa really, but particularly southern Africa. And this is our resident family. So we've got 4 of them here at Gowrie Dam that always hangs around. And we've got 2 parents and 2 chicks. I'm going to try to find the others. However, when you look at the youngsters right now, you can't really call them chicks anymore. They have grown so quickly. It makes me so sad always thinking about how quickly they grow up. And now they have disappeared. Let me just have a look, see. Well, they are definitely still around. You can hear that quack, quack, quack. That is them calling. And perhaps there's an animal sound you would like me to do for you. I'm not very good at all of them, particularly the birds. But if there's any other animal noises you think I can perhaps try and perfect for you, you can definitely let me know. Oh, there you are, you silly bird. They camouflage so well. Not too sure where the family is right now, because all of them were definitely still accounted for. Now what happens with birds like these that have their eggs on the actual ground? Often your monitor lizards and even birds of prey, they will definitely get a hold of those eggs. And even after they've hatched, they can get a hold of the chicks. So they are very vulnerable, thus they grow very fast. I'm actually just trying to show you the family, but I'm not sure where they have gone. Perhaps inside the water. And we'll have a look in just a little bit for our resident hippo Dewey.
Wild Earth is looking for unique wildlife sightings filmed by you. They can be old or new, from anywhere in the world, and filmed on a camera or on your phone. In return, we will give you cash, an opportunity to win a prize, and a chance to see your clip on TV with your name in the credits. It's easy. Head over to wildearth.tv/content to find out more.
We have found Dewey. Dewey is one of the resident hippos here in Sobisand. And he really traverses between Treehouse Dam, Twin Dams, and of course where we are now, Gowrie Dam. And I say this probably every single time I'm the naturalist for the waterholes on Escape to Nature. But I am loving the rain season. When guests used to ask me, what is your favorite season? You know, it was always a tricky one for me. Because in winter time, the bush is very open and you can see in really deep. So it's much easier to actually spot your leopards, your lions, or even other animals that are moving. But in the rain season, let's be honest, there's been butterflies and all sorts of creepy crawlies and ladybugs. And of course, all of the water holes are just getting filled by the day. And hippos such as this beautiful one, so this is a territorial bull. So when you do arrive at a water hole, sometimes you'll find just one hippo, sometimes you'll find a pod of them, which is the collective noun for hippos. But Dewey is territorial, so as I mentioned, he traverses between water holes, he'll go around at night, marking his territory, and then often he'll return to the same water hole, and other times he moves around. But this is definitely one of your most dangerous animals in Africa. Alrighty, I'm going to see what else we have here at Gowrie Dam, and of course I've got my eyes on Ukukoyo as well, but for now I'm going to send you over to Ben so we can say good morning to him and Amakala.
Good morning, thank you, Lisa. Yes, we are coming to you live from Madikwe Game Reserve in the northwest province of South Africa. And we've started Escape to Nature with a very relaxed blue wildebeest bull who is lying up on the banks of Klo Dam, which is Elephant Dam in Swana. And it's the first time that Igor and I have made our way to here because we've gone quite far away from home this morning, but we thought it would be a nice idea to go exploring a little bit. and hopefully bring you guys some new views. So this is Clos Dam, which we will give you a full view of very, very shortly. We've got some other general game hopping around, plenty of doves enjoying the shallows there as well. I see a couple of zebras in front, but before we get to them I should introduce myself. My name is Ben, and on camera I have got Igor with me this morning, and his thumb. Here we go. We've had a fantastic morning drive already, but we thought we'd try a new area of the reserve and see what else we can find. So you can see we've been joined on the dam wall here by a little herd of zebras. Excuse the aerial at the front there, they've chosen to stand right in line with that. It's a bit of a shame, but we will learn to live with it. Interesting sort of arrangement they've got there. Everybody's facing in different directions. Always a good idea to keep an eye out. You never know what else might be coming down to a dam, but we're kind of hoping we get a steady flow of elephants here today. This is Elephant Dam after all. It started out really rather warm this morning and it got hot quickly, but the clouds have rolled in a little bit, so I'm sure once it does warm up and this little cloud bank passes, I have no doubt that we'll have quite a few great leviathans coming out of the sickle bush you could see behind them and coming down to have a drink and maybe a little play in the mud if we're lucky. But very, very beautiful views here in Madikwe. Morning, Justine. Yes, it is a great start, and I'm sure it will be a great middle and a great end as well. So, as I said, this is our first foray this far west on Madikwe to Clos Dam, and we're going to spend an hour or two here, I think, and just see if we can do some birds. We'll have a look, see what other animals come and join us, but it seems the oxpeckers are coming in. Of course, we only get the red-billed oxpeckers here. No yellow-bills like you sometimes see in the Lowveld, but shame the one in the middle seems to be monopolising the oxpeckers. Oh no, sharing the wealth a bit. Well, a bit of a spat going on at the bottom right there. There's enough zebras to go around, boys. Come on. If any of you aren't aware of what's happening here, these red-billed oxpeckers are specialist feeders on ticks and ectoparasites. So see, this one's got one right on his forehead, look. So they've got a specially designed bill that sort of scissors through that fur and removes all the little parasites that attach themselves to the zebra's fur as they're moving through the bushes here and through the long grass. And they can be beneficial to the zebras, certainly. They give them a good clean, but they also do peck at open wounds, and can cause sort of secondary infection if they did have a wound, because actually the oxpeckers are blood-sucking birds. They eat the ticks because the ticks have got blood in, so they will also peck at scar tissue and scar material and sort of scabs and things on the animal's body. So yes, the animal's getting cleaned, but potentially it can lead to some more serious things. That's a classic, what we call symbiotic relationship in nature. Two different species operating together. You can see one there on the tail, actually. They've got specially designed feet for clambering around on that fur. They're also well known to go into the ears of the animals. In fact, there is one doing so on the left there. That's because a lot of ticks do congregate in the ears, and you get specialist ticks like a blue-eared tick that will always make its way to the ears of the animal. Again, it's like anything in nature. Things have their ecological niche, and everything does something a little bit different to everything else, otherwise they would all outcompete one another. So those ticks, even if they did join by the hooves, will migrate up the body and know that they need to get to the ear. And oxpeckers have also been recorded eating earwax as well, which is not very pleasant. But there are some good lipids and fats and some nutrients there for them in earwax. Excuse me. Jordan, sorry, Mallory's question broke up halfway through. Could you just repeat it for me, please? Oh wow, Mallory, well that's pretty much everything. Very few things out here exist in isolation. They all have some sort of relationship with something else. The classic example is, say, the antelope species and things like buffalo and warthog with oxpeckers. Another one that springs to mind that we see quite often is terrapins and buffaloes and hippos and things. Terrapins also are predatory animals or carnivorous animals. Well, omnivorous, but they do enjoy a carnivorous diet, so they will do the same thing, feeding on ticks off buffalo and hippo and things, particularly on rhino when they come down to the water and have a bit of a sort of a paddle around. You'll often see the terrapins moving towards the animal and then sort of pecking. The terrapins peck? Probably not. Nibbling, let's say, at the legs of the animals. Another famous one here in the western side of the country would be the honey badger and the pale chancing goshawk, which is a bird of prey that we see quite regularly here. As the honey badger is foraging, the pale chancing goshawk will follow the honey badger and benefit from anything that's sort of disturbed by the honey badger that thinks it's got away, and the goshawk will swoop down and take advantage of that. Over in the eastern side of the country, and I'm sure here, although I haven't yet witnessed it, similar things with hornbills and dwarf mongoose. The two will forage together. Drongos will follow. Fork-tailed drongo is another type of bird, and they will follow herds of animals or large herbivores like elephants and things through the bushes and benefit from the insects that are kicked up as those animals are walking through the bush. So there are lots and lots. I mean, we could go on and on. There's lots of different types of symbiotic relationship as well. Some where both parties benefit, some where one is negatively affected, some where one is not affected one way or the other. And there are a whole host of different symbiotic relationships. So nature is held together, if you like. It is the thread that holds an ecosystem together, as all these relationships between different animals out here. And they're very important. You lose that thread and it'll fall apart. A nice, I remember back in my youth growing up in England, I don't know whether anybody else knows a sort of a game we used to play. It was called Kaplunk. But it probably goes by many names, but it was kind of a glass tube or a plastic tube with lots of sticks pushed through it, and then you drop a bunch of marbles on the top, and a bit like Jenga, you have to sort of pull out one stick at a time, and you lose points for every marble that falls through the lattice that you sort of randomly created at the beginning. And obviously the more sticks you pull out, the more marbles fall through, and that's very similar to an ecosystem. The more scaffolding there is holding that ecosystem up, the more stable it becomes, and the more you lose, the less stable. Well, it's taken me back to my youth. I'm thinking of other things like Connect 4, Downfall, Hungry Hippos. That was another good one. This zebra looks like he might be thinking about having a drink. Let's have a look. Jordan, I think the gremlins are against us because, again, Willie's question broke up. I had, do zebras have? And then nothing. Ah, Billy, yes, absolutely they have different stripe patterns. Every single zebra in the world has its own unique strike pattern, its own barcode. So maybe should be a good way to do research on zebras actually. We should be able to just scan them with one of those things you get at the supermarkets and find all the information about them. But yes, every single one is unique, just like every leopard spots is unique. Well, now I'm trying to think of something else. But yes, they're all completely unique. So it's very easy to research zebras actually, because you can monitor those stripe patterns or learn those stripe patterns. And certainly when foals are born as well, they will also imprint on the stripe pattern of their mothers. My favourite part of the zebra, if this one turns around, is their face. They have these beautiful stripes in like a diamond feature coming down from the forehead out towards the eyes, and then sort of meet back together again by the snout, by the muzzle there. Very, very beautiful. Amazing that nature came up with this. I think Igor's going to show us one of those. This one having a shake. I should be able to see those patterns. And the pleated tail as well, with those little stripes across the tail. Looks like somebody's put it in a French plait. Shaking off some of the morning blues there, perhaps. You can see the way that these two are standing head to tail. Not only is that a good defensive posture to see danger coming, but you also benefit from each other's fly swats there as well. See, it is Monday morning, isn't it? This process, we forget what day it is out here. It is Monday morning, so maybe he's just shaking off some cobwebs from a busy weekend. Or actual cobwebs, you never know. Sorry for the radio there, everybody. I forgot it was on.
Any stations for mobile on the channel 4, Olivia?
Oh, sorry for the radio, everybody. I thought everyone would have closed down by now and gone home. It seems there are still a few vehicles out on their way back for breakfast. People just getting any updates from this side of the reserve. Okay, so it looks like this little group seems to be all boys. Well, certainly two of them at least are boys, and I was asked the question the other day as to whether you do get sort of bachelor groups in zebras, and there's your answer. So absolutely you do. And this looks like 4 boys, so I think possibly my suggestion that they're just having a lazy start to Monday after a busy weekend might have been a correct one after all. But remember, in zebra society, one has to compete with other males in order to get your females for your harem, and that has to be done through force, gentle persuasion, shall we say. They'll often go in to an existing harem and try and, for want of a better word, kidnap one of the one's females, and that usually ends up with a bit of fighting. So it's quite normal to see one minus a tail, because they have a tendency to bite one another's tails off. Okay, well, speaking of courting females, of course, don't forget that we are fast approaching Valentine's Day, and Wild Earth are always wild about love. So don't forget to join us on the Sunset Safaris from the 14th through to the 18th of February, and we'll be having some in-depth discussions in particular about things like courtship, mating and relationships. you can join us for that, and feel free to ask us any questions you've always wanted to know about the dating game in animals, because it is really rather fascinating, because it's kind of what it's all about. Everything an animal does is pretty much about securing good genetics and passing on those genetics for the next generations. Morning, leopard lover. No, I don't have any leopard updates, unfortunately. Leopards are few and far between here in Madikwe. That's not to say that they're not here. Very occasionally they are seen. But there is a good lion population here, which sort of makes the leopards stay to sort of the more rocky areas. We've these little, what are called Eiselbergs and little sort of kopjes, basically. And the leopards generally stay to the thick stuff or those rocks, because there isn't really riverine vegetation here, which is their normal habitat in the east of the country. Over in this area, occasionally a leopard is seen, sort of, once every 10 days perhaps. And I know there was one seen sort of in the middle of the reserve about 4 or 5 days ago, but they are not like they are in Djuma, unfortunately, because they've been seen so regularly in Djuma. They're very relaxed with the vehicles. So if you do see a leopard here, it's generally a long distance visual from the road, looking up onto the rocks perhaps early morning, or you might get one sort of flash across the road. That being said, by all accounts, and I have checked obviously because I do love my leopards, I have checked and there are 1 or 2 relatively relaxed leopards, but they're just seen very infrequently. But rest assured that if there is an opportunity, we would most definitely show it to you. Okay, but speaking of the eastern side of the country and the Sabi Sand, to Lisa at the Djuma Waterhole, who I believe is having another look at Dewey, our resident hippo.
Thank you, Ben. Yes, as you know, this hippo does whatever he wants. And sometimes he'll just disappear. He'll be in the waterhole, but just show himself every now and again. But he's been rather funny to observe for the past few minutes, because it's like he almost can't find his lie properly. So he's having a proper movie and chill day. And right now it seems like he's just, when I initially saw him coming to this position, he seems to be lying on either a rock or a log that is, of course, in the water itself. And again, it really is so amazing to see what the rain has done for this beautiful location. Of course, for a lot of other locations in Southern Africa as well. As I mentioned, of course, rain can be very harsh as well, especially, in the areas where we find ourselves, in the cities, etc. But for the actual bush, it can be, woo, there's an impala bum. Good morning. It can definitely be very rewarding. My previous lodge where we worked, I actually, goodness, bird. Not too sure. It seemed like an oxpecker, that bird that just crashed into us almost. But my previous lodge where I worked, we actually had a suspension bridge. So from the lodge to the rooms, there was a massive suspension bridge. And of course, my colleagues always wanted to jump on it when I was on it, because I'm terrified of heights. But anyway, it was over this dry riverbed. And the one year we had such a massive rainfall in just literally, I think it was 2 or 3 days. The water was touching the suspension bridge. Now, when I'm saying it was a very high bridge, I don't mean, it was a tiny little bridge. It was a massive bridge. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I have to actually cross-reference this, but I think from the actual riverbed, the suspension bridge was about 8 meters high, 8 or 10 meters high. So it really was very high, and literally within 2 or 3 days, it was running right beneath our feet. As you would cross the bridge, eventually we had to think about, okay, well, what are we going to do if it completely overflows? Because, as I say, that was the actual link from the rooms to the lodge. But luckily, it never got to that. But as you can see, rain is amazing. Just look at what it's done over here. The water hole is full. It's overflowing. I'm sure you've seen on all of our drives in the past few days. The naturalists are really having fun in terms of playing in the water and walking through the water. That was always my favorite thing as well. I would literally get out of the vehicle and see how wet and dirty I can get when it rained on safari. But of course, always very, very dangerous as well. You can very easily get stuck. And then it's not as fun as much. My very first reserve I guided on in the Waterbergs, we had something what we call a baja hat. Now, baja means when you get stuck. And let's just say for the first few weeks of me becoming an actual or an official guide or naturalist, I became very good friends with that hat. But of course, as you go along and as you get experience and all of that, you really do learn the tricks and all of that. But again, rain is rain, Mother Nature is Mother Nature, and if you are going to get stuck, it's going to happen. But luckily out here we've got rather strong vehicles which can help us through those situations. But for the most part, in all of your places where there's private game lodges, etc., one of the actual requirements on your vehicle when you are taking guests out on safari is a tow rope. Because sometimes you can put your vehicle in low range, diff lock, all of that, and still stay right where you are. Then you need a friend to come pull you out. And then sometimes, if it's really a lot of fun, you'll have a friend that comes to pull that friend out as well. So you've got like this this whole row of vehicles that are just pulling each other out. It really can be so much fun with the rain in the bush. I remember one specific year as well. We went to Sabi Sands to go visit my family. And I don't think I've ever told my father this, but I secretly prayed on the way there. Can it please just rain so much that we can just stay a little bit longer? Because I think initially we went like for 4 or 5 days. And it did. It actually did. We ended up staying an extra 3 days because we could not with our normal car get through the actual riverines and get over some of the roads. And as always, you can see the animals are absolutely grateful for this as well. Crystal, you would like to know, do I have a favorite courtship ritual? Do you mean in my personal life or of the animals? Woo! I'm sorry, that was very, very inappropriate. But I mean, it's Valentine's Day tomorrow, so you know. Okay, so let's talk about animals. Let's be serious, Lisa. I really enjoy the red-crested koran, when they do that flying up into the air and sort of almost crashing into the ground just to get the female's attention. And what else? I think birds in general are very, very fascinating when it comes to mating and courtship rituals and all of that, because of their, the different plumages they get, some of them in breeding season, and of course, the behavior. Oh, goodness, that one got excited when we started discussing courtship. Calm down, woman. But in general, I really do enjoy all of the birds. A lot of of course, your birds of prey, their plumage completely changes in breeding season, and that is, of course, to attract the ladies. But even the impalas, they are quite funny, when a male has established his harem and is now starting to mate with the females and all of that. You really get so excited, like they go into this, I almost want to say hypnosis, where for days on end, that is their only focus. They just want to mate. And a lot of the times you can actually see by their physical condition, oof, brother, you need to take a breath, drink some water, and eat some grass. And, oh, what did we hear? Just give me a second. They all definitely heard something now.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic.
Did you miss all? Never fear, you won't have to miss another beat on Wild Earth again with our Catch-Ups channel, where you can rewatch missed safaris and shows whenever you please. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
Ooh. Hello, roller. A lilac-breasted roller that just photobombed us. Just want to have a look at these impala again, because especially the adults are definitely having a listen out. Some of them actually responding as well, so I definitely think there might be something on the other side of the water. And of course now it starts raining. I think we should be fine in terms of being able to still view the animals in the waterhole. Jacinta, good morning. You are saying you really miss the Gowrie lapwing family. Oh, so do I. Ooh, there's something there. I think it was just an impala. But so do I, Jacinta. Unfortunately, as I mentioned, lapwings, like Egyptian geese, they have their eggs on the ground. It seems like a nyala, this one. It's just obscured by the tree branches, but you can see the movement of the tail. But yes, unfortunately, a lot of birds, they do lose their eggs even before they hatch sometimes, sadly. And then the chicks themselves are very small and vulnerable as well. So a lot of the times when you've got owls or even eagles that are moving around, they can definitely take them out. But I agree with you, Jacinta. I think that is the glorious but horrible thing for us sometimes when we do get to observe nature, is we see all of these incredible things from big to small, really everything, and then every now and again we do get to witness some really horrible things as well. And people often think us as naturalists, we get desensitized by it, but you really don't. It's I can promise you there's a lot of sightings and moments that happen on safari that I still get teared up a little bit, where you sort of feel for the animal of prey, or perhaps an animal that has passed away, or whatever the case is. So definitely not always fun all the time to see Mother Nature unravel and do what she does best. Alrighty, I'm going to keep an eye open, see if I can spot anything. But for now, I'm going to send you back to Ben in Madikwe.
Yes, well, we've got a couple of zebras having a little bit of an altercation here. The four males that we had here have been joined. There's been a couple of groups of females and youngsters which have arrived, which has caused a little bit of dissension in the ranks, and a couple of boys having an argument here. You see them nipping at each other. Excuse our pole from our rain roof there, which has been necessary of late. So water has been restored for now at least, but you can see that there's quite a gathering of zebras at the water's edge now, one or two having a drink. Everybody else sort of milling around. We've got some foals skipping. Lovely scene. And we've got more zebras coming in from the front, and we've got some zebras on our right. So there's probably about 30 or 40 zebras in the immediate area at the moment. Some classic zebra audio there. Remember being hind-gut fermenters. They produce a lot of gas, and when they get excited like this, that gas is often released. One having a yawn there. Got muddy feet, that one. He's been for a little paddle in the mud and had a bit of a drink, I think. Another one having a drink now as well. A gathering of zebras. Dazzling, to say the least. Max, to some extent, yes, because remember that when we yawn, what your body's actually doing is sort of expelling stale air, trying to get fresh oxygen into the body in order to sort of wake you up a little bit, because, when you breathe out, you always leave a little bit of that original air in your lungs, and after a while you just feel as if, everything's a bit sedate, and you want to expel it. So that's why we yawn when we are sort of waking up in the morning and everything. We're trying to get more oxygen into the lungs. We see it with the cats very, very regularly. in terms of yawning, just to get fresh oxygen in, a bit of grooming, stretching. So just like us getting going in the morning. I don't think they yawn so much when they're tired like we do. For them it's more of a precursor of movement. And often what happens with animals as well is that, well, yawning is also to stretch the mouth for something like a zebra. Don't forget they graze most of the day. So those muscles, those masticator muscles in the jaw get a lot of work. That's my Cilla Black impression if anybody's watching from the UK. So every now and again it's good to just keep them mobile and stretched and keep everything lubricated. And then also you get in dogs, for example, when dogs yawn, and I don't know whether this is the case in other animals, when they're a little bit uncomfortable or unsure of something, they'll also yawn. It's also seen as a bit of a sign of discomfort, but I don't mean discomfort physically, discomfort sort of mentally, or frustration often as well. But I think mostly when we see the antelope species doing it, I think it's just to exercise those jaw muscles a little bit, stretch them out. But particularly in the cats, as I said, precursor to motion, pumping some fresh oxygen into that body, into those muscles. Looks like the next shift potentially coming in for a drink. Interesting to try and sort of figure out the family groups in amongst a big group of zebra like this. So again, when you see the migration up in East Africa, for example, it's not one giant herd of zebra, it's multiple little harems of males with their females together, but they're all moving together and living in harmony because there's such bountiful resources. Here, obviously, the resource is water, and families come down at similar times and they interact and socialize with each other, and then they go their separate ways. So we've obviously got one little group here. There'll be those look like, well, those all look like females. Not quite sure where's the stallion. There's the stallion at the back. And a stallion in the foreground. He's probably the boss, I would think. Quite happy drinking that muddy water right on the edge rather than wading out into the centre. Always, of course, the danger that there might be a crocodile lurking. I haven't seen any crocs in here, and I'm unaware of any crocs in this dam because we don't have very many of them, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was one or two. This is a permanent water body, and I believe this is a pumped water hole, and I've been here on previous visits. Not that we've seen any elephants here yet, but when the elephants do come and drink, they often drink right on the far side, which is where the pipe, the inflow is to the dam. See our wildebeest that was having a lie down earlier has decided to join the fray. Looks as if he might have got his head stuck in the mud. There we go. Yeah, he obviously found a little puddle there. You can see the water dripping from his mouth. But also wildebeest, like many other antelope, are well known to sort of rub mud onto their horns or rub their horns in mud and cake the horns. Possibly to stop those sort of horn moths that become an irritation to them, and also because when it dries it makes your horns look bigger and more impressive. It's a behaviour known as mud caking. lone wildebeest bull here, hoping for some females. He was having a nice lie down, obviously disturbed by all this zebra activity. He's had his drink. And it's got lots of nice short green grass in this area, so perfect territory. Okay, I see we've just been joined by another little antelope. We've got a steenbok. He's sneaking a quick drink quietly on the other side while all the activity is happening at the big dam. He's obviously found himself a little puddle, or she, I think, by the look of it. Don't see any horns there. Not actually often you see a steenbok drink because they're fairly water independent, getting a lot of their moisture requirements from what they eat. They do sort of dig up roots and tubers which contain a lot of water. But I guess we've had a lot of rain, and why not take the opportunity when you can? Are you drinking there, or are you licking rocks? Which is also a possibility to get minerals. Oh, and a yawn. I think he's actually licking rocks. I'd be having a drink, thought maybe there'd be a little puddle in that drainage line. But no, licking rocks, so there'll probably be salty deposits and other mineral deposits here. So just getting some excess nutrients into the body and some minerals. That's not a behaviour you see every day. I've never seen a steenbok licking rocks. Secretive animals at the best of times. But yeah, I would think as the water has evaporated, it's sort of pulled out some of the salts and other things in those rocks, some phosphorus, some calcium. Very interesting. Beautiful big eyes, and those massive ears, and that lovely venation that you can see in the pinnae of the ears. He's watching you, girl. It's like, oh, there's a lot of zebras over there, that's a bit scary. Okay, it seems like Clo Dam here on Madikwe is not the only dam that has lots of zebras present. Let's send you over to Lisa, who's now looking at the waterhole at Okakoyu.
Thank you, Ben. Yes, look at it. Okakoyu is being restored to its former glory of a lot of animals at once. Now, I mean, that being said, it's not such a fantastic thing because it means it is drying up in the rest of the park, and this is most probably becoming a resource or water source for a lot of animals again. However, of course, we are not complaining. I just want to see if I can... Oh, there he is. There's a very tiny zebra here. Very, very tiny. And then you can see a lot of these mares are still super pregnant. Ooh, like that one. Sheesh. Very, very close to giving birth. But over here, there we go. Look how tiny it is. We just actually had an oryx as well. It was in fact a unicorn. It just had one horn. but it seems like he has left. But yes, if you are not familiar with this location, this is generally what Okokoyo looks like. Plus elephants, plus springbok, impalas, wildebeest, oryxes. Sometimes we got lucky and we even saw some elands. But I will show you in just a little bit. It is definitely drying up. You can see the grass is sort of becoming very brown again. And in some patches it has already, I almost want to say, been trampled completely. Oh, just look at that tiny zebra. That is precious. I've not seen one that tiny in quite some time here in Okokoyo. So it really is brilliant that all of the animals are coming back. However, that being said, I do hope we get some rain soon enough so that the grass can once again just be rejuvenated for the animals. Ooh, there's an oryx, but that's not the one I saw initially. Ooh. You see, this is how we know it's drier in the rest of the park, because this is a massive salt lake for a lot of animals, so they get a lot of their minerals and nutrients from this area. But for those of you that have been following our journey in this beautiful park at this specific waterhole, it has been fairly quiet the past couple of weeks. And we have not seen this many zebra in quite some time. So it really is wonderful that all of the animals are coming back. And as I say, it's being restored to its former glory. Hopefully we'll get to see some elephants as well. But that being said, as I say, the animals definitely need water again then, if they are all coming in their numbers returning to this area specifically. Here you can see on this side of the waterhole, it's becoming very patchy. The grass is very quickly and rapidly losing its color, therefore losing its nutrients and its actual condition. And so the animals need the rain again. And it really gives you perspective, you know. For so many weeks on end, I've been saying, oh, I just want all of the animals to come back, and I want it to be as busy as it used to be. But I'm now realizing that obviously in the rest of the park, you know, we've got about 30 plus water holes in this beautiful national park of Etosha. And some of them are man-made, some of them are natural. But that being said, the animals will become restricted at times if the rainfall is not sufficient for the rest of the year, of course. Ooh, there's the unicorn. So these animals are known as the oryx, and this is actually the national animal of the country we are currently in here at Namibia. So the oryx, beautiful antelopes. Francine, you would like to know if animals get muscle spasms. Yes, definitely. I've actually seen it. And it does happen for them, you know, just like humans, even though animals are really incredible creatures and they can do a lot of things that we can't even begin to fathom. But in terms of their actual anatomy, yes, they definitely get muscle spasms, they get diarrhea. I wonder if they get headaches. That would be interesting to research a little. But definitely Francine, and for those of you that were with us in Djuma earlier on, I referenced the Egyptian geese chicks. So these ones are a little younger than the ones in Djuma. But you can see they are also very quickly getting to a rather impressive size, but they've still got that beige and brown plumage to them. But you can see one of these oryxes, as I mentioned, just has one proper horn. The other horn broke off. And that happens during, well, it really can happen during a lot of things, but specifically it would be sparring. So males that fight with their horns, just like we see springbok and impalas and kudus and all sorts of antelope that fight with their horns. That may have been from that. But again, I always say the golden rule in nature is, even if it seems super simple, like a lion feeding on a buffalo, if you were not there to witness the actual kill or the actual thing that may have happened with the animal, like in this case the oryx that just has one horn, we can speculate as much as we can, but we never truly will know what happened out there. But most probably from sparring. And you can see these animals, both male and females, have horns, just like the springbok. It really is one of the flagship species here. And they thrive in areas like this. You know, when you look at this, you wouldn't want to... It doesn't look very nice to live here. But they really thrive, not just survive, they thrive in areas like this. They are not water dependent. Yes, we do see them drinking water when we do in fact observe them. But of course, if you're an animal and you don't know when the next time will be that you actually have the opportunity to get to some water, then you will definitely drink some water when you have the chance to do so, and enjoy it with some zebras and the Egyptian geese. Oh, I'm so happy about this. But again, as I say, this tells me that the animals are becoming a little bit more restricted again. But that being said, maybe we'll see some elephants, or perhaps we'll see the black rhino, some of them coming through again. How funny are these oryxes with the geese? They are not sure if they are safe. Are the geese dangerous? What will they do to us? Oh, they really are beautiful animals. And just to keep you posted in terms of what happened in Djuma with the impala alarm calling and everything, it really calmed down. The impalas moved off, so I think if something was in fact around, it either became obscured or it left the area. But of course, I will keep my eyes on Gowrie Dam as well. If there's anything happening, I will keep all of you posted. Jacinta, if you are still with us, here's some blacksmith lapwings for you over here. I know it's not the family we have at Gowrie Dam, but they are beautiful nonetheless and very interesting to observe. Very cheeky birds, specifically when we see the mongoose around, or you know, if there's some animals that come too close to a certain point at the waterhole, they sort of dive bomb the animals and attack them. And often you think, you need to calm down a little bit, but of course there might be eggs around. I remember the one day at Gowrie Dam, we had a massive herd of buffaloes coming through, and we were all, myself and the zoomies, were all like on the edge of our seat, because we just thought, this one buffalo is literally going to trample the eggs. But luckily all was okay, in that moment at least. But it's fascinating when you look at animals in general, like elephants. I always wonder, something as big as an elephant. You never see elephants trampling termite mounds and, trampling everything in and around them. There's definitely some level of, I almost want to say, consciousness of knowing where is, potential eggs or potential life or anything like that. And again, that's just personal opinion, my own hypotheses. But I definitely do think these animals know. Just like they know, when a bigger animal is approaching them, they know, okay, well, this thing's not going to eat me, it's fine. I have nothing to worry about. Oof, there are a lot of lapwings around. I really am crossing my fingers today now for elephants. Again, as I say, it's we should never have expectations and, just sort of hope for the big mammals, but it really has been months for myself since I've seen elephants here in Okukoyo. And it really is always such an amazing sighting, especially when they have youngsters as well. For me personally, elephants in general, it's just always a very dynamic sighting, whether they are just feeding or sleeping or fighting or swimming. They really are very fascinating animals. And especially so when they've got, a big herd with different ages, just like all of these other animals as well. Oh, there's another tiny one. Oh, I'm so happy I got to show all of you these beautiful zebras as well as the youngsters. But I'm going to send you to Karija so Nick can say good morning.
Good morning from Kariega Game Reserve, down in the Eastern Cape. My name is Nick and I'm going to be your photo naturalist for today. We've had a lovely cool start to the day. We actually had a little spot or two of rain earlier this morning. We did have some thick cloud cover, kind of still partly cloudy conditions, with more moderate temperatures than anything else. And we are here at Scotia Dam. It has been a hive of birding activity this morning. It's been absolutely incredible to see. Plenty of different birds. If you were able to be with us during our sunrise safari, we did have one of the grey herons manage to catch a frog live for us. So that was amazing to watch. And I'm sure as the temperature starts to increase throughout the day, we should start to get a few different antelope species that come down. But it's been a nice peaceful start to the day here at Kariega. You can see we've got quite a few yellow-billed ducks swimming around inside the waterhole itself. We do have some sacred ibis right at the top of the frame. Got a grey heron right at the edge of the water. There are some South African shell ducks as well. A whole different horde of birds here, which is interesting to see. You know, Scotia Dam usually does produce the goods with some birds, but I feel like we've just got them in absolute abundance this morning. The Blacksmith lapwing a little bit closer to where I am, and there's a beautiful reflection. Stay there. Oh, look at that. So his mate is not too far off, just to the left hand side. Just see the water shimmering away a little bit there. It's lovely to see such a nice reflection like that though. So this Blacksmith lapwing this morning was doing a little bit of probing around the edge of the Scotia Dam, looking for some food. Was going through the rhino midden as well, upturning some of that dung, having a look to see if there's any possible little invertebrates and worms and things that it could find. And earlier this morning there were quite a few giraffe on the far edge of the open clearings. They did go into the thickets to do a little bit of feeding. I'm kind of still half hoping, half expecting that we may possibly get a view of them. I did see just the top of one of their heads not so long ago, 5-10 minutes ago. And the giraffe are always quite willing to come and drink when there is surface water freely available. Remember, in terms of our lapwing species, our Blacksmith lapwing that we're having a look here. So the old name would be plover. It would have been Blacksmith plover, just in case a few of you are getting confused by the names. So for our Blacksmith, he is usually found around sort of waterholes and things like this. But remember, once we start to venture further away from the water itself here at Scotia Dam and move more into the open clearings, there is a chance of finding crowned lapwing, Senegal lapwing, and even black-winged lapwing. So a few different lapwing species that we are able to potentially see here. all within a very close area. Haven't seen any of our helmeted guinea fowls just yet for this morning. But hopefully they will make an appearance. Oh, there we go. I can see it looks like our giraffe are potentially starting to pop out. Let's see if I can show you here. See them right at the back there, so there's a potential chance of them coming down. But in the meantime, while we wait for them, we are going to take you across to Okukuyo and see what's happening there.
Thank you, Nick. Yes, we've still got some beautiful zebras, and they are just constantly coming to the waterhole. And again, you know, this may seem like such a simple sighting, but it is something we have not witnessed for weeks on end here in Okukuyo. So I really am thrilled about this, and I really have missed it so much. And as I mentioned, still a lot of mares that still have to give birth, so that is very exciting. Of course, zebras are pregnant between 11 and 12 months. And just like a lot of other animals, it is believed that they wait for the rain season. I don't think it's, you know, waiting on purpose. I think that is just how it works in nature. And again, there's a lot of reasons for that happening. For the most part, any animal that could potentially fall prey to a predator, that is generally, you know, the animals that give birth in the summertime or when it's rain season. And again, a lot of hypotheses around it. A lot of people believe that the rain will wash away the smell of afterbirth. But for the most part, we believe it's due to the fact that there will be food around for the babies as soon as it has actually rained. Man, this is so incredible to see. I really have missed this scene at Okukuyo. Again, it's sad for the animals because that definitely tells us Craig, you would like to know what do we call a mare at night? We are guessing a nightmare. Good one. Oh, that was a good one. Thank you, Craig. I will definitely tell that to my better half tonight. He will probably not think I'm funny, but that's fine. You've made me laugh, so thank you for that. And I believe I believe the directors in FC as well. Oh, just beautiful. And of course, this is not all one big group. You can see they sort of come in bits and pieces. So it'll be different harems, different bachelor groups consisting of stallions that still have to establish harems. our beautiful Egyptian goose family. Just trying to scout the tree line as well, just to... I am very hopeful for those elephants today. But remember, this is a live and interactive safari. So please send me your questions, your comments, your suggestions, anything you might have for me, or of course for any of the other naturalists. Oh, this never gets old. I really can look at this all day. But speaking of picturesque, I'm gonna send you to Amakhala so Tess can say good morning.
Good morning everyone. I have to agree with Lisa, Okukuyu never gets old, and neither does Amakhala. We've started our morning with a little bit of an unusual scene because there is this massive stark difference between two clear habitats just on the edge of the mountain. On the right hand side those kind of subtropical thickets, and on the left just the sparse open kind of low shrubbery of the Nama Karoo. And it just seems like it's an arbitrary mix between the two with a very clear line in between. And we're trying to work out how on earth two different soil types supported two different habitats that close together. My name is Tess. I'll be taking you out on an adventure for the morning here at Amakhala. Behind the camera is Morgan. And what a beautiful day. It is hot, hot, hot. So we're trying to find some shade today, which is quite a tough find on Amakhala. But Morgan actually spotted this clear distinction between the two different habitats, and we had actually kind of, sat here looking at the basin. But he's also spotted some flowers. Have a look at these beautiful red flowers. It's a very small shrub with some very fine leaves on it and quite spiky looking. The bark is pretty hard. It is in fact a Karoo boerewien, which is part of the Scotia family. But these are the baby ones, and I'm very happy that they have survived the attack of the elephants because we don't see very many tall ones here. And that's because the elephants absolutely love them. So do birds, so do baboons and monkeys. They are very, very tasty flowers and little fruits. And even the seed pods used to be used as a substitute for chicory back in the day to make coffee. Used to be able to roast the little beans. So it's a very, very pretty flower, and I'm quite sad that there are no sunbirds here trying to take advantage of them at the moment. Scotia species are such an attractant for sunbirds, mousebirds, starlings, even orioles. So many different birds would be attracted to such a beautiful red flower. Now it's interesting, when they get a bit bigger, they lose a bit of that very bright scarlet red color. They go a little bit of a deeper red. I'll have to try and find a tall one for you. Oh, Hilary, thank you. I'm so happy that you are spending time with us today. It's absolutely brilliant to have you on the back of the vehicle here at Amakhala. It's such a beautiful place, and I mean, it's so surprising how different it is to everywhere else. So I'm still mind blown. Every day I'm learning something new. And I think this has become my new favorite flower on Amakhala. Especially the young boerewien. It looks so different to the older one. I actually had to double check that it was one, because when we first spotted it, when Morgan pointed it out, I said, That's too small and bright to be a Burbine. What is that? So I'm so used to seeing the big ones that the young ones are only found in very specific areas because they get targeted by elephants. And I suppose up here on the ridge it's a bit difficult for them to get to these ones. So this little bush has the potential to grow a lot taller if the elephants don't come along and start eating it. But I think they are absolutely stunning. Now this habitat is pretty amazing. That clear distinction that Morgan pointed out earlier is just so mind-blowing. If you have a look right in the middle where the trees fade, so that subtropical thicket fades to the Nama Karoo. Nama Karoo on the left is very well known for being very sandy soils, very low shrubbery, broken by lots of termite mounds and rocky outcrops. So that's different to grassland. You can see that those are all individual little shrubs, not necessarily grasses that are growing. It's tiny little shrub layers. Look at the distinction between the two. There's a line down the middle that looks like a little bit of a waterfall almost has been running down there. So it's a little drainage line. But have a look at how on the left-hand side of that little piece that's washed away, it's white soil. And on the right-hand side, it's red soil. And it's two completely distinct habitats. How cool is that? What would have caused two completely separate soil types to be divided by a vertical line as opposed to layers of soil as you go deeper down into the earth? Because that's how it normally works. Normally you have literally a fade of color as the different layers of sand have been deposited over the years and years through many different ways. What would have caused a vertical one like this? I actually have no idea. I think it's quite fascinating. But we usually find the subtropical thicket on the more red soil and the Nama Karoo on the more white soil. But it's interesting because the white is kind of that whitish clay or calcrete, so it doesn't have as much nutritional content, which is probably why it's a small shrubbery, where, you know, it's coming from kind of prehistoric coral on the red side, so it's a little bit more rich, if that makes sense. So there's more magnesium, there's more iron, there's more all sorts of micro elements in the soil that's red, and so it can support a lot more life than the calcrete or the clay soil can. It's very interesting to see the difference. It is such a stark difference. I haven't seen that anywhere else on Amakhala actually, where you've literally got a vertical line separating the two. Starbuck, as far as I'm aware, fruits will always contain seeds. It's actually the definition of how you would define a fruit. It has to have seeds on the inside. I can't think of a reason why a plant would have a fruit if that wasn't the method of dispersal for the seeds, because ultimately they want the fruits to be eaten and then dispersed through dung. Often it's actually that process of digestion that kind of activates the seeds almost, and then when they're deposited they're already ready to grow. But I can't think of a single thing that would have a fruit that doesn't have seeds. Because if you take those little seed pods out, that's what used to be roasted in these boerbeens. It's interesting. So fruit versus vegetable. Fruit has seeds on the inside. Vegetable doesn't necessarily have to. But most of the little flowering plants here will have some form of fruit. The interesting difference, though, is if you look at sweet thorn, which there is none here because we're not in the right habitat for it. But if we find a sweet thorn for you later, it's that beautiful, it used to be an acacia species, now it's Vachellia. So that's just the new name for acacias, Vachellia or Senegalia, depending on straight or hooked thorns. But that Vachellia species that we get here, that the giraffes love so much, those long white thorns, they are an exception to the rule because they have seed pods that are classified as fruit. So their pods are actually considered their fruit. They don't have an actual fruit. Their seed pods are nutritious enough to be considered fruit. So that's a pretty cool exception, but it's still pods within the fruit. So that wouldn't really change the definition, I suppose. It's just an interesting exception. They don't have a separate fruit. They have what looks like a pod but is actually considered a fruit. So it's not like the little bulbs that you would find on these or the little ball fruits. But there's a lot of very interesting little shrubs and bushes here. I must be honest, it blows my mind because I feel like everywhere I look I'm noticing a plant that I have never seen in my life before. And I have to take a picture and try and identify it, and I usually ask Andrew or James or someone for help because they might have seen this a little bit more than I have, even Rolf. But this little boerewijn really blows my mind. I can't believe that bright red. Honestly, an older one doesn't look the same. The structure of the flower looks the same, and the leaves go a little bit darker. They go more of a, I don't want to say emerald green because this is a very nice light limey green, but they do go a darker shade of green, and then of course the flowers go this beautiful deep red as opposed to this very bright red. I feel like that would be a very nice color palette for an artist's tray. That bright red and bright green together. Looks like Christmas. Or Valentine's Day. Tomorrow's Valentine's Day. That's always good too. I think it's very cool that across this Nama Karoo, the open area, you can see those clear game paths. So obviously the easiest place to walk along the ridge where there's a little bit of a flattened section before a dip again or before a decline or an incline. There's these really clear pathways that animals have been using to cross from that valley up to the top of the mountain. They are so distinct, and that's not a pathway of water, that's a pathway of animals for sure. That's after hundreds of years of use of the same pathways over and over. So this would have started way back when it was still a cattle farm. The cattle would have used those same pathways to get up over the top of the hill. Absolutely gorgeous, just so different and so distinct. A nice, refreshing way to start the morning. But we're going to see if we can find you some animals, not just landscapes, and we'll send you over to Ben in Madikwe in the meantime to see what he's got for you.
Welcome back to Klo Dam. Well, there's still no sign of any Klo, which are the elephants after which the dam is named, but we will live in hope. But we have found a couple of birds having a nice little snooze on the water's edge. Now, I was going to ask our eagle-eyed viewers, it's not an eagle by the way, if they could identify them, but it might be a little bit difficult at the moment because they've got their heads tucked in. But if you do think you know what these are, in fact, we're going to do a three-way bird quiz for you here. We've got 3 species for you. So that's number 1. So, there we go. They've got their heads out. Excellent. So things to look for is particularly that head. You can see that very obvious sort of black and white bicoloured stripe. And have a look at the beak as well. I think you've probably figured out that it is a type of duck. But see if you know which type. I've just got a couple of vehicles coming past us behind, so sorry for the noise there. So that is question number 1. There we go, there's a better view. Put his head up again, they're just also watching the cars go past. And nope, not interested. Tuck that beak back under the wings there. Now we've got another smaller little wading bird to the front, or to the left of where those ducks are. So see if you can try your hand at this one. Let's just find him for you, him or her. I see some ripples. There we go. So you can see definitely a little wader. So after all the rain, so I've still got frogs in my throat. And you can see quite a sort of a spotty upper parts and clean pale white buffy colours, quite characteristic bobbing of the tail and a long straight beak for probing around into the mud. And then a white eyebrow as well, you should be able to see. So that is your second challenge. And then the third one might be a bit more difficult. It's quite far away, but in the dead tree above the ducks, right at the top, there's a raptor sitting there. Now, it might be a bit far. I need to see how much zoom we have on the camera. That might be a bit challenging, but it's got big yellow feet and a yellow bill with a black cere, and almost sort of moustachial type stripes that come down like great big sideburns, really, and then a reddish top to the head. But I appreciate that one might be a bit difficult. All right, we'll see how you get on with those, and we'll give you the answers when we come back, or when you come back and join us. But let's send you back up to Kikuyu. Oh, no, we're going to send you to the Djuma waterhole.
Indeed, Ben, we are keeping you on your toes. Now, we would have gone to Ukukuyo, and then I spotted this raptor. It's a little bit tricky to see. I think it's a Wahlberg's. Yes, it seems like a Wahlberg's eagle. But of course, with this grey light, it's never ideal for birding, because as you mentioned, there are so many things you have to make sure of when you are in fact birding. Specifically, I find with the birds of prey. But also when you've got a grey backdrop, it is not ideal. But that being said, just by looking at the talons, the actual feathers on top of the head and the bill, my first guess would be a Wahlberg's. But I just want to show you how deep in this bird actually is from Gowrie Dam. Well, actually from the dam cam. Ooh! Just look at that. It's like a tiny speck. So, that is why I am not 100% sure, but off of the top of my head, I would definitely guess a Wahlberg's. It's a fairly common species we see here in Greater Kruger, and specifically this time of the year. But if he would just move a little bit. When I initially spotted him, he was actually busy just heating up, had the feathers open or the wings open, and obviously just trying to get some heat for the day. Because of all of this rain we've had, a lot of the animals you see, often the impala shaking themselves, but often the birds, specifically your birds of prey, they have to constantly, just get rid of as much water as possible. Because if this eagle was to spot anything right now, and he didn't do the whole shaky shake and drying off the feathers and all of that, he would be super heavy. Definitely very heavy. It's the same for us, when you are When you got drenched in the rain, perhaps, like I did on Saturday, I made the very wise decision to go to the shops in the pouring rain. But just like us, when your clothes are wet, it is definitely very difficult to move around as opposed to when you are dry and it's sunny. And I lost the bird. Let me see if I can find him. There you are. Don't you want to come over here? I'm sure there's a lot of snakes or things that you can get your talons on for a good meal. Oh my goodness, just bear with me. Let me rather do that. Alright, so if you use a magnifying glass and a little bit of imagination, you'll see a black speck flying around. I believe it's a Wahlberg's eagle. We'll just see, hopefully he purchases on a tree close to Gowrie Dam. Hopefully closer than he was when we initially spotted him. Come on, birdie. And it's a little bit tricky with the clouds as well. He keeps disappearing in them. We'll just keep an eye on him. Just for in case, you never know. It might come down to this tree. We've had some spectacular bird of prey sightings here at Gowrie Dam. I'm sure the zoomies way more than myself. But I myself have seen a juvenile fish eagle feeding on a catfish. We've seen a juvenile martial eagle feeding on a monitor lizard. So it's definitely an ideal place for this, or well, for birds of prey. Now your Wahlberg's eagle, he will really eat anything from snakes to lizards to chicks of other birds. They really can feast on various things, and it's super fascinating to watch them actually hunting, not just specifically the Wahlbergs, but all sorts of birds of prey. They really, I remember doing a blog last year on a, was it I think it was a martial eagle. I have to gather my thoughts here. But it was a martial eagle that actually ambushed a hare from the air, and that was actually my title that I used for the for the blog, is Eagle Ambushes Hare from the Air. And the photographs that the naturalist got that day was absolutely phenomenal. So of course they've got really good eyesight. It seems like he's moving a bit further away. Becoming a blurred speck more than anything else now, but that's perfectly fine. And a couple of minutes ago the kudus were still barking, so what I initially saw was not nyalas, but it was kudus that were in the drainage line here at Gowrie Dam. They did bark a couple of times again and then they stopped, but I'll definitely keep my eyes peeled and see if we see any movement, or perhaps get a predator come visit us. Craig, why are you sending through questions? I want another joke. You would like to know, are any eagles prey to other eagles? So the norm and the book tells us, or the books tells us in general, no. I mean, eagles will definitely go for other birds as chicks, like your Egyptian geese, your blacksmith lapwing. But if you are referring to a fully grown eagle going for another eagle, never say never. When it comes to Mother Nature, they really are very instinctive, And animals are very spontaneous, or some would refer to it as impulsive when it comes to surviving. So whether it be from actually having to eat, or whether it be from trying to escape another predator or another bird of prey. So for the most part, it's not something you will see every day, no, Craig, but it does happen. I mean, if you need to eat, or if you see an injured animal perhaps, it definitely will happen. But it's not the norm. But they will if they perhaps get, because eagles, their chicks are artificial. So what that means is their chicks are completely helpless. They don't have feathers. They don't know how to fly and feed themselves yet or anything like that. Just like your secretary birds, which we've been monitoring for the past couple of months in Amakala. So I'm thinking, if an eagle does come or does arrive perhaps to another nest and see, here are some chickadees, I don't think it's necessarily not going to eat them. Same species, perhaps there would be sort of some conflict of interest, if you will. But again, never say never. There was a brilliant sighting last year. I think it was towards the end of last year in Kruger, if I'm not mistaken. And it was of a leopard that actually got into a super, super big tree. And it had caught, I think it was a Marshall eagle, I'm not sure. No, it wasn't Marshall, I think it was Wahlberg's. But it went up into the nest and actually got the chick. And it wasn't like a baby, tiny, helpless chick anymore. It was a juvenile, but the leopard caught it, got a hold of it, nearly fell itself silly out of that tree. But again, animals will do what they need to survive, to get food. So never say never. I want to see if the impalas are still around, because they stuck around for quite a bit. Millie, you would like to know if any birds participate in geophagia. Yes, definitely. Often you'll see ostriches swallowing rocks or eating soil. And geophagia is, of course, when animals, whether it's mammals or reptiles or birds, when they feed on soil or on rocks. And that is for extra minerals, nutrition, as well as to help with digestion. Now, I've actually got a very interesting hypothesis about this. I think a lot of animals participate in geophagia without necessarily meaning to. Now, I know that sounds very strange. But for instance, if you take elephants, elephants when they are pulling grass out of the soil, often you'll see them shaking the soil off, but other times they don't. So that could definitely be a means of of eating soil. A lot of birds as well, when they are pecking on the ground, whether it be for seeds or for tubes or whatever they are looking for, often they will, of course, get the soil in as well. And I don't think every single animal, whether they are browsers, grazers, whatever the case, I don't think they shake off every bit and piece. But birds, definitely yes. It helps them with digestion. It's an extra source of minerals and nutrition. So just like we saw that steenbokkie with Ben earlier on in Madikwe as well, that is also a form of geophagia. It's not necessarily always just eating rocks. It could be, or eating soil. It could be licking of rocks as well. Often you'll see a lot of animals doing that, specifically in the winter time, because then it's not as green. I'm just very patiently waiting to see if our beautiful hippo will do something. But as I said, very, very peaceful. We may see him get out of the water to graze a little bit, as it is not too hot. The sun will not be too harsh on the actual skin of the animal. So I'm sure many of you that are avid viewers on Wild Earth, on all of our safaris, even on Escape to Nature, we do get to see hippos quite often. But they really are, for me personally, aesthetically, it's not a very pleasing animal to look at. But they definitely are very, very fascinating animals. And what this hippo is doing now is, this is why a lot of people do still get attacked at waterholes, because they blend in pretty well. Of course, they can hold their breath for several minutes when they go underwater, so people don't always know that hippos are around. Now, that being said, it is not such a big problem as it used to be 20 years ago, when people were still, in the rural areas and villages, growing up amongst wild animals. But this definitely is one of the most dangerous animals in Africa, and not, because they eat people or anything. For such a massive animal, they really can run very fast. They can run anything from 30 to 45 kilometers an hour if they are really motivated to intimidate whatever is close to the waterhole. But also the reason they are not part of the big five is because it's not a land mammal. So of course your big five animals are your scary five animals to approach or to encounter when you're on foot in Africa. But your hippo, for the most part, is a water animal. That being said, specifically on days like this, they can be outside the waterholes. As I said, they traverse, so they'll move around, mark their territories. But generally, I don't want to say for the most part, generally, if they feel threatened, they will run back into the water, because that is their safe haven. But that being said, it does happen where, they are encountered on foot and they have no other option. I always say there's no such thing as the animal just attacked me. An animal will only attack you if it's been provoked or if it really had no other choice. And that does not necessarily mean, you provoke the animals. Something may have happened before you got to the sighting, whether it's a hippo or a lion or an elephant. That's why it's always so, so important just to read the animal when you do arrive at a sighting, so you can sort of establish, okay, this animal is a bit agitated, or it's a bit annoyed, or it's super, not friendly, but super calm. I don't want to say friendly. You never know with animals. But always good just to assess the situation. Just want to take one last scan around. Frank, you would like to know if hippos have any courtship methods. So this is actually the one sighting I'm yet to have in my life, is hippos mating. Of course, I've studied and I've researched and I've seen footage of them. So they can mate either in the water or outside the water, but for the most part it can be very aggressive, just like with rhinos and, you know, with elephants. I think it's an awkward thing because they are such big animals. But then they'll have a mating ritual, and again, you know, males are not monogamous, they are territorial. They'll move around from waterhole to waterhole. Last week I had actually mentioned a horrible video I recently saw of a hippo male that came to a new waterhole. And this is what they do. They are territorial, but if they come to a new waterhole and, you know, they sort of want to take over there, they will challenge that bull currently in that waterhole, or they will intimidate the other members of the pod. And I'm not too sure what happened, but this bull came to a waterhole and it found a not newborn, but like a very, very tiny calf. And it literally picked the calf up and it snapped it. Like it was horrific. But that's what happens in nature, you know. It is all about not just survival of the fittest, but who is the biggest, who's the most intimidating, whose genes are going to take over a certain area. Not just with hippos, but with lions, with all of the animals out here that we see in the wild. And then when they've had their courtship, or their date, or whatever you would want to call it, then the female is only pregnant for 8 months, and there's not really a specific breeding season for them. It's really all year round, just like with elephants and with rhinos. The easy way for me to remember it is any animal that could potentially or very commonly fall prey to predators. Those animals generally have a specific breeding season, which generally is in the rain season. And then a lot of your bigger animals will sort of be random breeders any time throughout the year. Alright, well, it seems like our bird of prey has disappeared and our hippo is just chilling, not really doing anything. So I think for now, let's head on over to Ukukuyo, because it is still very busy with zebras. I really am so impressed and so pleased by all of the zebras today. This is what we're used to seeing at Ukukuyu. You know, zebras just constantly coming and going, and oryxes and springbok, and really all of the other animals. So I'm so happy about this. I really have missed this, I'm not gonna lie. It's been wonderful to see Ukukuyu so green and lush for the animals. Woo! Oh, I love that noise. Whoop, 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 whoop. So sometimes that can be an alarm call. I think that was most probably just a contact call, or a tantrum, if you will. Oh, yes, you can see them chasing each other there in the background. If you look at the full tree line, you can see... Oh, they've stopped now. I suspect that's probably stallions that are just being a little feisty with one another. Lillian, you are saying that you love the zebras in Ukukuyu. You've got such a beautiful name. I met a very special little girl in the United States probably 5 years ago. Yes, 5 or 6 years ago when I was working at Disney. And at the time I think she was 7 years old, but her name was also Lillian. And I had had a terrible day. It was just one of those days where you just want to get home. And she came up to me and she just tapped me on my on my hip, and she was like, you know what upsets me? People that don't care for animals. People just come here and they want to take a selfie and then they leave. And my jaw dropped. As I say, I think at the time Lillian was about 6 or 7 years old. And I thought, wow, what a wise child. Like, make her president. Just do something. But I'm actually, you know, I still have a relationship with him. And I travel to a lot of places as well with him. But thank you for your comment, Lillian. You just made me think of another Lillian that I've once met and that I also shared a massive passion for wildlife with. And that is what I really love about what we do. We've never met each other. You know, there's a lot of naturalists that I am yet to meet. But we all have one thing in common, and that is our love and our sheer passion for wildlife and the difference we really want to make. Oh, it's just so awesome seeing all of them again. We've got the zebras, we've got the Egyptian geese, the springbok, and that's just what we currently have in frame. We had some oryxes as well that came to the waterhole. Woo, you guys are very nasty to one another. Calm down. I almost wanted to say now that imagine we had to do what animals do, you know, kick each other or bite each other to to get ahead in life or to establish dominance. But if you think about it, at times we do, not necessarily physically, but I think at times that definitely does happen. Ah, there's our baby zebra. Alright, I'm going to continue appreciating this beautiful scene. And for now, I'm going to send you over to Tess, who's in Amakhala.
Beautiful scenery as always in Okukuyu, and we are trying our best to match that here with a little bit of concrete soil, a little bit of white for you. This is the famous Vlakkiesvlei. We've decided to come down here and see what comes in and out for the next little while, because there's actually a puddle of water in there. Oh my goodness, it's amazing. So at the moment we've got a little family of red hartebeest, some enjoying the shade, one little calf lying next to the water in the open sun, who knows why, and one grazing in the foreground. So this is going to be an interesting day, because in this area it's not just red hartebeest that we might see. There might be things like springbuck, impala, warthogs, kudus, black wildebeest, maybe even elephants if we're lucky might come down. And so we're just really hoping that this is going to be the place to be as it heats up today. And that's exactly what we're doing, right? We're escaping to a waterhole to see what comes and goes. I'm actually hoping for blesbuck too. I really like those. But red hartebeest are always an absolute pleasure to spend time with, because they're just so different. A very beautiful color. You can see where the red part of the name comes from, especially in the sun. And hartebeest, heart beast, heart animal, heart cow. The heart shape coming from the horns. When they are mature, their horns from the front make a heart shape. And Morgan is going to let me know if we get any comms, because apparently I have got no signal, Morgan. Thank you. So it must be incredibly hot. I suppose the white of the soil would kind of reflect some of that heat. We can't see any active heat waves coming from the pan itself, although... Ah, there, look at that. With binoculars I can see the heat waves. I wonder why it's choosing to lie out in the open. Stretching out. Maybe it just likes the fact that there's actually some water for a change. Interesting though that it would choose one of the hottest spots. So the rest of the baby hartebeest we saw on the way here, and they were all at least congregating in the shade of some of these big, kind of thorny trees. All together in a nursery herd, and yet here we sit with one. And it just seems to be the odd one out. Nothing wrong with being a little different. Good thing to encourage, I suppose, but I just can't see the logic behind that on such a hot day. Although I don't know it'll be there for that much longer. Already having stretched the legs out, maybe it's going to get up and move. Still a young one, only a few months old. The horns are still tiny. Definitely still suckling at that age, although should be close to weaning. So mom is probably one of these adults that's been hanging around in the shade. Francesca, this waterhole gets water literally from rain. So we're in a massive drought here at the moment, which means that unfortunately for the last 5 years, there hasn't been enough rainfall to fill any of the waterholes or dams, and the river is completely dry. So unfortunately they have to wait for rain, and so you can see the little puddle next to the baby, and there's probably a few other smallish puddles in and around Vlakkiesvlei. that's the little bit of rain that we got last week. And so it would take a really serious downpour like what is happening in the Lowveld at the moment. We need some of that to come this way to get the river flowing, to completely refresh that ecosystem, but also to have all of these little pans and water holes completely filled. So at the moment, what I've noticed is a lot of the time they are pumped water holes. But other than that, I don't know that that there will be any water in any of the pans, actually. This is just the little puddles that everyone is going to be holding on to, like you can't believe. They're going to be trying their best to make sure that they take advantage of the water and the mud, especially while it's here. The mud is also just as important, especially for things like warthogs, rhinos, elephants. They all want to coat themselves in mud to try and help with a bit of that heat deflection from the sun. But it's a very sad situation that we've had such a bad drought here in the Eastern Cape for so long. I don't think it's actually particularly common knowledge, to be honest. Everyone here knows about it, but I don't think the rest of the world really knows about it. But it is the normal cycle. It goes in cycles of 5 to 7 years. And so within that time, we go through 5 to 7 years of drought and then a flood. Chase's Tea Party. The challenges of working in different reserves, I think it depends on which reserves you're going to go to. So obviously one of the biggest challenges is the vegetation, in all honesty. I'll go into the more practical stuff later, but the vegetation is probably one of the biggest challenges, because you can read about the history of the reserve, you can learn that kind of thing, but to actually be working in incredibly different environments. I specialized in savanna biome, which is the Lowveld. I grew up in the Eastern Cape, absolutely, but my knowledge base for the Eastern Cape is a lot smaller. The animals are fairly similar, and those you can also learn about, but vegetation and identifying vegetation can be quite hard. So especially coming to somewhere like the Eastern Cape, the biomes here are so excessively different, and there's so many of them in such a small space, as opposed to majority savanna. You've got 5 different habitats here. So that's 5 different habitats worth of birds, insects, and plants that you're learning. And those 3 are very closely interconnected. Yes, the wildlife follows, but a red hartebeest is not that different in size and the way its body works and things like that to the animals that I'm used to in the Lowveld. So one of the challenges is trying to learn the different vegetation types and the biomes, how to identify them. Even soil types are different. And I suppose the other challenges are much more practically based. So things like packing to come down to a reserve like this. I would love to have my entire stash of books that I own with me, because I am a reader through and through. I love books. So I have so many field guides of flowers and birds and trees and insects, and I've probably got 2 or 3 different variations for each different type of animal. I've got so many mammal books, but for me to fly with those here is a little bit much. So I would need probably 3 suitcases and an extra large trunk, and a trailer just to get myself here. So that's another challenge. Luckily, there are a lot of app-based field guides and things, but it is nice to be able to show you. I know you all know how much I like being able to show you a picture in a book and say, this is what I'm talking about. It's not really as easy to describe in words as it is to show you a picture of an art wolf like I did yesterday. So that's a bit of a practical challenge, but in terms of actually being out here, it's an absolute adventure. So as much as it is difficult to learn the new habitats and things, it's so much fun. And the really great part about it is that you are expanding your knowledge base, you're experiencing something new, and you're pushing yourself out of your comfort zone. And that's ultimately what I feel we should be doing our entire lives. We should be pushing ourselves constantly. If we were always in the safe zone, we'd never go anywhere and we'd never learn anything. There would be a limit, there would be a cap to how much you know and what you've experienced in your life. So being able to travel here, not only have I met amazing people who I'm sure I will stay in contact with for a very long time, I've also experienced a different place to be, a different habitat, new plants, new animals, new everything. And it's an absolutely beautiful and extensive reserve. So I still haven't seen all of it. And by the time I leave at the end of the month, I still won't have touched even a part of it. I've seen a teardrop in the ocean while I've been here. So I'm very excited to be coming back here throughout the year. I think it's going to be amazing. to spend some time down here in Amakhala, and of course, you know, even going to places like Madikwe or anywhere else is always super exciting. So it's more exciting than it is daunting. There are a little bit of nerves in the beginning because you have no idea what you're talking about with some of the vegetation types and things like that. But at least you can learn the history, you can experience new things, and of course I'm learning a lot from Morgan because Morgan spent so much time here and I didn't ever think I'd be saying that. This is me and Morgan constantly giving each other nonsense. I love it. It's nice to work with you again, Morgan. Yeah, you can't say the same, hey? It's just... Oh, thank you. That was so forced. I loved it. It's always fun. Morgan's getting flack from all angles today. Morgan, how are you feeling? Would you like some burn shield?
Some after sun, please.
Some after sun and some burn shield. We'll just get it all in there. There's lots of aloe around. We can find you some aloe vera. That's for sure. You're going to be as roasted as that little Hartebeest calf lying in the sun. But in all seriousness, it is amazing to try different reserves. I just wish that I could always bring all of my stuff with me because I like having it with me. It's nice to have. I'm so surprised that little one hasn't moved yet. If I put my hand in the sun for 2 minutes, I start getting blisters. It's that hot. So that little one is definitely pushing the boundaries. But I suppose on the plus side, there is a big bank of clouds building. So every now and then we get covered by a bit of cloud cover. And it is so nice and cool. And maybe that's how it's kind of regulating. It's waiting for the next cloud cover to come in. Oh, goodness. This place really is spectacular, though. I must be honest. I'm enjoying it. I'd love to know throughout an entire day which different animals and how many and at what times each species comes down to this little pan. So where we are in the basin at the moment, we're right at the bottom. We started right on the top of the mountains with that kind of different habitat view. We're now, yay, it's getting up. Woo! Miracles do happen. So we're down in the basin at the moment. Yes, Morgan can show you exactly where we were. We were right up on the top of those mountains there. You can actually see the different habitats that we were looking at. The clear line between that kind of subtropical thicket and the Nama Karoo, that very open grassy looking area that's actually not grassy. It's quite deceiving to the eye. But anyway, that's where we started off. Now we're right in the bottom, in the basin, the beautiful big open area that all of these rolling hills kind of drop into. Exceptional viewpoints all the way along, cave systems, rocky outcrops, a lot of that subtropical thicket, especially on the sides of the cliff faces, in amongst the rocky outcrops. And of course, this will be kind of the hub of all life here at Amakhala. This will be the center of it all, because of that diverse range of habitats, soil types, a little bit of water down in the basin, and the river that I was talking about that's completely dry. runs all the way along at the foot of these mountains. So we're actually surrounded by it at the moment. We're in the middle, and the river does a massive U-bend around us all along the foot of the mountains, and it's completely dry. And so the elephants come down a lot to look for that, and because there's no water there, they end up having to come to these little pan systems. But you can imagine everything that wants to stay safe. This is a pretty good place to do it. There's enough shade, there's a smidge of water. Well, when I say there's enough shade, there's kind of some shade, but these animals are used to it. We have to work really hard to find shade in here. But there's a smidge of water. The temperature down here is very different to up on the top as well. It's almost a different micro-habitat down here. And so with the mixture of the soil types, the vegetation, the food available, shade that they can adapt to, and some pretty hot temperatures, this is a great place to come and find water. So I'm hoping throughout the day, since this hartebeest has finally gotten up and is moving away from the pan, not that it was stopping anything else from coming, but you know what I mean, that maybe if that animal is moving, maybe the others will start moving as well. And so we might have a whole wealth of different species coming down in the next hour or two. Let's hope, fingers crossed. But for now, we shall wait and see what else approaches Flakkies Vlei, and we'll send you back over to Djuma with Lisa.
Flakkies Vlei, what a fun name for a pan. Flakkies Vlei. I love that. Thank you, Tace. Yes, we are still at the beautiful Gowrie Dam. Of course, I'm observing the Djuma Dam cam as well as Ukukuyo. And I'm just looking for some interesting birds as well. So if you know what these birds are, let me know what your thoughts are. I know what they are. It's a fairly common bird species throughout southern Africa. But as you can see, there's lots of them around. Generally, you don't see this many around. So I really am just having fun looking at the smaller things today. So, if you've just joined us, we are at the beautiful Gowrie Dam in the Sabi Sand, and we are looking at some birds. I'm waiting for all of you to tell me what you think these birds are. It's a fairly common water bird in southern Africa, but we have had a phenomenal day. Tess has spoiled us with some beautiful landscapes with the help of Morgan in Amakala. They've also just seen some red hartebeest. Nick, of course, is in Kariga watching some beautiful general game, doing some birding. And then Mr. Ben and Igor are in Madikwe, and they've been enjoying some birding as well. So it really has been a super day. We are just enjoying all of the smaller things, not chasing after all of the big sightings. Of course, those are always a bonus when we do get to see them. But if you do not know, we are watching all of this live as it's happening in the various locations. So please do send through your questions, your comments, your suggestions, anything you might have for us as naturalists. Whether it's about what we do, whether it's a personal question to us, we'll try and answer them for you. Or perhaps you want to learn more about the birds or the animals or the location. It really has been a superb day, and I actually want to show you, after the heavy rains we've started having since last week, I want to see if I can show you this beautiful flower. Look at that. I know today early, but don't say no one gave you flowers for Valentine's. This one is called a wild hibiscus. It's a fairly common flower to see in the summertime, specifically in Greater Kruger. But they really are stunning. They are actually edible, believe it or not. However, that being said, if you are by yourself on safari, please don't go out and just eat several plants and berries and flowers. Believe me, there really are some poisonous ones out there. And if you have a guide or naturalist or ranger or conservationist with you, rather, just double check with them. Because a lot of flower species, specifically in Greater Kruger, can be very confusing. Some of them look very similar, specifically with a lot of the yellow flowers. But it really has been such a phenomenal day. I see one of our Egyptian geese also hiding. Birdie! And of course it's obscured by the tree. Lyra, you are saying it's a water thickening. Not the one we are currently looking at. Let me just get back to them. You are referring to this one, of course. So I think what we'll do is we'll wait for another answer. If you agree with Lyra, do you think this is a water thickening? Do you think it's another species? As I said, it's a fairly common species throughout southern Africa. And I don't know, I enjoy them. They really are beautiful birds. Craig, you are saying it's an early bird. You are full of jokes, Craig. You need to save them for Valentine's Day as well. But it can be, you never know. It definitely can be. I think the woodlands kingfishers are definitely early birds. However, I think the Hardy-Dar ibis is probably the earliest bird. But let me know, what bird do you think this is? Do you agree with Lyra that this is a water thickening? Do you think it's another species? I would love to hear from all of you. And at the end of the day, this is what nature is all about. Discussing the smaller things, giving our different opinions, because remember, we're all human. Even naturalists that have been doing this for 30 years are still learning something new every single day. And you can see it's raining again, or drizzling. This is not rain. This is just drizzle. But this is the rain that gets you the wettest when you're on safari, believe me. You can get properly soaked. Janet, you are saying it is a plover. So I think we'll wait for the third answer. Do you think it's a water thickening? Do you think it's a plover? What do you think these birds are? You guys are very funny today. Lenny, it's not a dodo. I don't have personal experience with dodos, but I can tell you it's not a dodo. Tis not, sadly. I apologize. You guys are being very silly today, but I enjoy it. I love it. This is what it's all about. I think I'm in a very, very, very fortunate position. I don't think a lot of people can say I get to talk nonsense and simultaneously share my passion with people every single day. when I was working in the United States, when people would ask me, oh wow, how many languages do you speak? I always said 3.5. Speak Afrikaans, English, a little bit of Shangaan, and a lot of nonsense.
Wild Earth is looking for unique wildlife sightings filmed by you. They can be old or new, from anywhere in the world, and filmed on a camera or on your phone. In return, we will give you cash, an opportunity to win a prize, and a chance to see your clip on TV with your name in the credits. It's easy. Head over to wildearth.tv/content to find out more.
Alright, I'm going to give you a clue as to what birds these are. I will play you their call, and then I will give you the answer. I love that call. It's probably one of my favorite calls out here in the bush. And perhaps another clue for you can also be their diet. So they eat quite various or quite a wide range of things. Crabs, aquatic beetles, frogs, insects, even small fish. What birds do you think these are? I'll give it another minute or so, and then I just want to have a look around, see that we are not overlooking anyone or missing out on anyone. But what a beautiful day it has been here in Djuma. You can see the sun is slowly starting to come out. And we're down. Right, I'm just going to have a look around, and then I shall come back to the birdies and reveal their name. He's got a top hat on. Terry the terrapin. You can see there's a terrapin on the hippo's head. Not that there's much sun to catch. Alrighty, I'm going to send you back to Amakhala, and when we come back I will reveal the bird that we've been looking at. But for now I'm going to send you over to Tess and Morgan.
I'd like to see Dewey with a top hat. That sounds like it could be very fun. Down on this side, our patience is paying off. We've got a whole dazzle of zebras coming down for a drink. Shame, there were some warthogs having a good time, but the zebras kind of chased them off. But it always amazes me how when animals come down to the water, they just get this renewed sense of energy. It's like they have a new strut in their step. They want to be playful and social and just enjoy what they know is coming with that lovely quench of thirst and a bit of added cool in the heat. Isn't it brilliant how well these zebras camouflage with this white calcrete soil? We're going to stick around and just see what happens, because it looks like they might get playful after a drink. For now, we'll send you back to Djuma with Lisa.
I do apologize. I missed you all too much, and I wanted you back with me as soon as I can. No, we'll get back to Tess in just a little bit. So I just played you the call from that beautiful bird, which we'll get to in just a bit, and I will tell you which bird it was. But of course, this is Terry the terrapin, and I think it's Dewey. I want to say I'm 90% sure. So in Sabi Sand, of course, you know, there's quite a few hippos. Of course, at Chitwa Dam, we know of that very, very tiny hippo. However, I don't think it's as tiny anymore. But here in the Sabi Sand, so my aunt and my uncle live here. And my aunt's got this, I keep forgetting, I have to ask her which pond or dam it is. But I think it's actually close to Chitwa. And there's this one hippo here, and as soon as you stop the vehicle there, I don't know if it's its official name or if she just decided that's what she's calling him. But then she'll say, "Hello, Jordan!" And this hippo it's the weirdest thing. As soon as she does that, this hippo starts rolling around and like splashing the legs, and it'll like sort of lie on its back for a little bit just with the feet sticking out of the water. And then she'll say, roll, Jordan, roll, which means like obviously just roll around. And the hippo does it again. I was astonished. I don't know if that hippo is actually still alive. I just have to ask my aunt actually. But this was in 2019 when I went to visit her, and I've never seen anything like that in my life. But of course, she would stop at a safe distance and, make sure she's not invading its space or privacy or anything like that. But I've seen a lot of wild things in my life, believe me. But that was probably one of the coolest things I've ever seen, especially in terms of hippo sightings. And, then we'll have a sip of water or have a sundowner, enjoy the sunset. And Jordan will just, chill out. And then I promise you, as soon as she says, roll, Jordan, roll, this hippo, like a dog, just starts rolling around and doing tricks. It's the weirdest thing. But I should actually just check in with her and see if Jordan is still there and doing that. But of course, all of that said, we should never treat animals like they are pets or anything like that. I don't even know how she came about this this thing. But she grew up in that area. And oh wow, she's actually got a lot of phenomenal stories to tell. She used to have this beautiful dog that used to chase giraffes around. And the one day Matilda decided, and it's not a big dog, I forget what breed it was, but the one day Matilda decided, no, I'm going to chase a giraffe. And in those days, it was still fairly lenient in all of Sabi-Sand, in terms of traversing and going into each other's properties, etc., etc. And there was a game drive vehicle that came past her house, and Matilda was chasing a giraffe, and you just heard the tourists, wild dog, African wild dog. And as soon as they came closer, they all realized, because you just saw my aunt running after Matilda. Matilda, kom hierso! The dog eventually came back, but sadly it was not a wild dog sighting. It was just Matilda deciding to chase a giraffe. Alrighty, so the birds we were looking at that now disappeared, we still have one around. Those are the water thickness. Lyra, you are correct. But they can also be confused with a three-banded plover. However, if you do look at them carefully in terms of coloration, the plover has a red beak. They've got red markings around their eyes as well. Whereas your thickney is I want to say a paler bird in terms of plumage. But you are correct, Lyra, and it's a fairly common bird to see in all of Greater Kruger. And generally you'll find them around the waterholes, specifically when it's rained. As I mentioned, they eat a lot of aquatic creatures. So they really take advantage of this time of the year, this time of the day. Black dog. Matilda was also a black dog. You would like to know, how do hippos know that there aren't any crocodiles? Well, I mean, they definitely can exist or coexist. Lisa, focus. They can coexist. And they do in a lot of areas, Both of them can be carnivores when the opportunity permits. Of course, hippos are predominantly vegetarian, where they feed on grass and shrubs and things like that. However, it does happen from time to time that hippos will actually feed on other things as well. But they just, keep to their own, they keep the peace. If you actually go research footage of, hippos and crocodiles fighting, there are quite a few videos out there that really shows how tenacious and how vicious both species can be. But for the most part, just like when elephants come to the waterhole and they drink or they swim, they'll sort of keep their space and respect each other for what it is in that situation. But definitely both of them are very aggressive, and of course hippos for the most part are more territorial. But I have to say crocodiles are, I almost want to say, the underdogs of the water. They seem like they are just, calm and, just swimming around, doing their thing, minding their business. But we've seen many times, whether it's from documentaries or footage that you might have seen, that they are not at all that calm when they are hunting. And that is, of course, all part of their hunting strategy. But in terms of hippos and crocodiles coexisting, they definitely do so, especially if it's a big waterhole. If it's a smaller waterhole, then it depends on the situation. But both of them will also move around as well. As I mentioned, hippos feed on grass, so at night they'll come out, they'll feed on grass. Males will mark territory, etc., etc. And then crocodiles also move around. Whether it's a female moving to go lay her eggs in another waterhole or in another space, or perhaps a male looking for females. So it's not always, I think we always tend to put animals in a box and, sort of think, okay, well, this is what they do, this is how they behave. But I think especially in the rain season, it really can come as such a surprise because everything changes, and of course the animal's behavior changes with it. And here we have my favorite birds. These are the hardy-dar ibises. They make that ha ha. Oh, thank goodness they left. I know I don't sound like a wildlife enthusiast right now, but it's just, if you're familiar with them, I'm sure you'll agree with me. It's not the best bird out there. But again, like everything else, they've got a role, they've got a purpose in the ecosystem. Yay, some movement. He's probably just repositioning from watching him today. It seems like he might want to start moving around. As I mentioned earlier, with weather like this, it is ideal for hippos to graze during the day as well. Not to say that they won't at all graze during the day. It's just easier this way because it's overcast. The sun is not going to beat down on their skin. So it's nice and cool weather for them. So we'll just keep an eye on him. Hopefully he comes out. I have no idea. Perhaps he's just repositioning. Well, from my massive animal, I'm going to send you over to Madikwe because Ben has something small to show you.
Yes, welcome back up to Madikwe. Igor and I have had a bit of a interesting adventure to try and get to a new area of the reserve on what claimed to be a road, but I'm not convinced we could really call it as such, but we made it, it's the main thing. And we picked up a hitchhiker on the way as well, a very stunningly marked predatory katydid, or katydid, K-A-T-Y-D-I-D. I'm afraid I don't know a huge amount about predatory katydids, except that they are predatory, and they will be eating smaller arthropods, and the name katydid, which refers obviously to the entire group of these insects, is because of the way they stridulate or the way they produce sound, and it sort of sounds like katydid, katydid, katydid in the evenings. But quite what makes this one particularly special, although I will be struggling to tell you, but a beautiful creature nonetheless. You can see the spines on the legs because they're all in the Orthopteran order, or Orthoptera order of the grasshoppers, and crickets and things like that, all of which have got those spiny legs for defense. Now, interestingly, what we have got is, I'm just going to try and very gently persuade this one to turn, or it's going to fly away. Oh, you've still got it. Because it's got something coming out of its abdomen. So it's a female, which I can tell you by looking at it. But it's now come very close to us. It's just sort of on the underside here. I'm just going to try and persuade her that maybe she wants to move. Come, girl. Can you just come up to the top of the bar? You can stay on the bar. Come on. Come on. You might be able to see those massive antennae. There we go. Where are you? Have you got it? Oh, you're struggling to focus on it there. Okay, so you might be able to see this sort of like tooth shape under her abdomen just here, which shows that it's a female, and she's got these two little sort of protuberances underneath, which I'm assuming are some form of egg casing that she is creating with her special glands at the base of her abdomen. I'm going to have to do some research into this because I don't know too much about katydids in terms of their egg production, but if they are similar to, for example, mantids that create that sort of glass type egg casing to protect the eggs, I'm wondering if she is not doing something similar there. It's very strange. It looks like a little mantid head sticking out of her abdomen, if I'm quite honest. But I've never seen that before. But it must be some form of gland to do with egg laying, I would think. So I'm struggling. I'm quickly, whilst we're sitting here, I am trying to find out any more information. I'm just skimming an article I found on katydids. But you can see the beautiful camouflage that it's got. Obviously you would never see that in the grass or on a tree. Only some of these predatory katydids do some what's known as aggressive mimicry, where they will actually produce the sounds of something they would eat, like for example a cricket, and they will make that sound to attract a male, thinking he's going to get lucky, and ends up in the jaws of one of these things. But you know, I can't find anything else specific, but very interesting to see, and what a beautiful animal. But if you can see on the base, let me see if I can just persuade her to turn slightly. Come on, a little nudge. Hopefully you can see that sort of almost like sword shape here under the abdomen coming up. That shows you that that's a female. Difficult to see there. And there's those little things sticking out the bottom. But very strange. I'm going to have to do some reading when we get back and see if I can find out a bit more about them. But otherwise we've come out to a nice open area where evidently there once was a dam, but but there is no longer a dam, but there is some mud and some nice short grass, and we've got a whole multitude of blue wildebeest and zebras enjoying the short grass in this area. A couple of them were having a roll, a couple having a disagreement on the far right there, Eagle. A couple of zebras having a little bit of a push and a shove over there. See if they're going to continue to do so for the camera. I'm guessing the one on the left is winning. That looks like quite a submissive sort of posture the one on the right is taking by going down on its haunches there, because often they do nip and they bite at each other's legs. So I'm guessing, yeah, I would say that's quite submissive behaviour, just sort of lying down. But it doesn't look to be a full-blooded fight yet. We haven't had any kicking, but you can see the one now on the right seems to be the aggressor. And then, yeah, again, I see that as very submissive behaviour from the other one. Straddling each other. Yes, very well played. He's looking at us for applause, I think. You are the victor. Well done. Is that right? I've had enough. I'm off. Mic drop. Exit stage right. But this is very much a feature of Madikwe here. You get these sort of lots of thickets and then these open clearings where you find quite a few other animals all milling around enjoying the nice open scenery. Sorry, I heard the question there was how do you age a zebra, but I'm afraid I didn't catch the name. Could you just repeat it for me, please? Apollo. Apollo, oh, God of the Sun. I'm glad you sent us in a question, thank you. It's very difficult to age a zebra. I'm trying to remember now, life expectancy, I think they get up to around sort of 20 out here in the wild. But again, I'd have to double check that. But the only way to really do it is very similar to that of horses, where you have to look at the teeth. And you look how ground down those molars are, and you can get an idea of age based on the teeth. But just by looking at them, it's very difficult to say. I would like to say it's easy enough to see a foal, obviously, but size. But once they reach full adult size, which is normally after a year or two, then it becomes very, very tricky to give you anything specific. So you could look at the condition of the skin, how sort of tight it is, whether there's a lot of scarring or sagging in any areas. Otherwise, you'd be pretty much resigned to just looking at the teeth for a more accurate age. Beautiful scenes here from the big and the small. Speaking of other little orthopterans, we've got another one I've just noticed who's come to join us, but we did drive through some pretty hectic stuff. And just this is my monitor where I can see what Igor is showing us, so I can actually sort of see what he's filming. And we've got a little visitor here. I don't know if you can see, we may just have to adjust the lighting slightly if it's not too close. You get over there, the little tiny grasshoppery thing. It's actually called a bush hopper, one of these. But all things great and small. So he's coming to watch the TV. Hello, little buddy. That's weird. I can see myself on the screen, or my stick on the screen, and in real life. So that is a little bush hopper. But very, very small. If I put my little finger next to him, you can see sort of less than the width of my little finger. But same family, or same order of that cicada that we had, katydid that we had before. And just one of many, many species of grasshopper. Making his way up our cable tie to freedom. Go on, buddy. Oh, this looks rather spider-like going up there. Oh, he's going to have to go over an overhang. Oh, negotiated well. And you can see those characteristic strong back legs to propel him forward in a big jump. I will rescue him when we finished looking at him, and then we'll pop him back into the grass. Scratching his eyes. Remember, of course, like all insects, they've got those compound eyes. So big eyes made up of lots of tiny little lenses, which give them incredible views, not far off 360-degree views, because they sort of wrap almost all the way around the head. I wonder what else. We must have picked up a multitude of things. In fact, I've just found something else in the car here. I have no idea what this little thing is, nor I think... Oh, it's evidently... Whatever it was obviously in the grasshopper family, because it hopped away when I touched it. But yeah, so that's a little bush hopper. We've been grunted at by some of these wildebeest. A warning call from one of them. Penelope, I'm glad you're enjoying it. But yeah, of course, it's very easy to get distracted by elephants and lions and all the other cool stuff. But if it wasn't for insects, all of these big things would not be around. That's for sure. And just the importance of insects is never really fully appreciated. I'm sure when we're sitting here getting attacked by flies as well. We do have a lot of flies with the heat, and around the wildebeest particularly, which do seem to attract a lot of flies. And they are annoying, but we need them all. We need the flies, we need the grasshoppers, we need the ants, the termites, the cockroaches, we need the spiders and other arachnids as well as insects. We were talking earlier about symbiotic relationships and how everything is interconnected and how everything benefits from each other. I mean, just take insects for example. Every single amphibian species that we have in southern Africa, all approximately 80 of them, feed on insects. If there were no insects, we'd have no frogs or toads. If there are no insects, we'd lose about 85% of flowering plants. We'd lose more than half the species of mammal, because a lot of things are insectivorous. We'd lose a huge number of bird species as well, which are also insectivorous. So everything is required from the small right the way up to the big to make an ecosystem function. And so if it wasn't for things like termites and ants and earthworms that just sort of help to process the soil and circulate all the nutrients, we wouldn't have all this grass and the trees growing here that all these larger herbivores benefit from, and of course their associated predators.
Full of upheaval, we all need a quiet and safe place. A place where anxiety and stress don't exist. A place where life carries on. Slip away into a brand new show exclusively on Wild Earth. Just nature.
zebras have formed ranks there, are surrounded by these wildebeest. Quite happily standing still, swatting their tail around to get rid of these rather irritating, I have to say, flies, but as we just said, an important part of the ecosystem. And so very normal to see zebra and blue wildebeest associating together. I think the name was Starbuck, I believe. Zebras compared to a lion, well, a zebra and a lion are probably around about the same speed. In fact, I think probably the zebra can outrun the lion. A lion can get to, well, we say its charging speed is 22 meters per second, but to convert that in terms of a chase, you're probably looking at somewhere between maybe about 40 miles an hour, so 55 kilometers an hour perhaps. And if you think of a horse, horses can run pretty quickly as well. So they're fairly evenly matched. The difficulty is for the lion, of course, changing direction. If the zebra slows down and changes direction, might be able to shake off the lion, and the lion is not built for stamina, whereas a zebra can keep that pace up for a lot longer. Just the way it's built, the ligaments and the tendons in the legs act like little sort of elastic bands and propel it forward, whereas the lion relies on muscle. So if you think of a sprinter versus a 1500 meter runner in athletics, over a very short distance, yeah, the lion does well, but it doesn't have the stamina to be able to keep up. So I think I've never actually seen, well, I should say it would be interesting to put them on a 100-meter track and see who wins in a straight dash. I think it'd be pretty close. But yeah, over distance with a lion, if it doesn't catch its prey within the first sort of 100 meters or so of chasing, it's most likely to give up. It's forced to as well, because its muscles are working so hard that it'll have a stroke if it doesn't. It will overheat, the brain will get too hot, and it will have a stroke and potentially die. So it's not only because it gets tired, it's a sort of a physiological response, fail-safe switch. I'm just doing a quick check, but yeah, zebra is around about 65 kilometers an hour, so about 50 miles an hour. So lion potentially, as I say, in a flat sprint maybe a bit quicker, but the zebra will be able to sustain that for a lot longer than a lion. But thanks very much for all the questions. Do keep them coming in, along with any comments or anything else that say you want to ask or discuss with us whilst we are out and about on today's Escape to Nature. And just remember, if you're watching on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe so we can keep you informed of all the other interesting stuff that we get up to. Mavis, good question. The simple answer is no, they cannot be. We've tried to domesticate them just like we have most things. And there's two main reasons why they've never really been domesticated. Number one is that they are notoriously bad-tempered and cantankerous and refuse to be trained. They kick, they bite, and they simply will not be domesticated. They are ultimately wild animals, and many people have tried to break them, like you break in a horse. I should say break them in rather than break them. That sounds a bit harsh. But apparently they just refuse to. They'll become docile amongst people, but you can't really make them do your bidding. And to be honest, you wouldn't really want to, because they can't carry any great weights or any great loads. Something like a donkey, to which obviously it is closely related, and mules and those sorts of things, well known for carrying people and stuff on our behalf, but zebras have a weak back in comparison, and for that reason they have not proved particularly useful for people. I have no doubt that at some point in human history they probably have been used to sort of pull wagons and things, but it's certainly not the norm for those two reasons. But thank you, Mavis. Keep the questions coming. Everything slows down in the heat of the day here. We're lucky it's not too hot. So it is quite cloudy, but that has brought with it a lot of humidity, so it's rather uncomfortably sticky, but at least it's not direct sunshine, which is why these animals are not sheltering in the shade during these fairly oppressive times. They're happily out and about, but saving a little bit of energy and not doing anything too quickly. You can see the wildebeest are actually feeding as opposed to ruminating, because it's still a good time to feed. Or not too hot to be out in the open feeding. Make hay while the sun isn't properly shining. All right, but for one selection of even-toed ungulates and odd-toed ungulates, the two of them, but let's call them antelope-y type animals, to some others down in Amakhala with Tess.
Stripes once again, the colours of the day. Now down here, the zebras have all but abandoned us, but some hartebeest came running in at speed. Didn't even drink, they just lay down. So there must be something about this pan that makes all the animals want to lie down and relax in the heat of the day, in the full sun. I don't know what it is. I haven't figured out what's special about it yet. Maybe it's just the proximity to the water that they're all kind of keen to take advantage of. But you'll see the little patch where this mom and calf have laid down is a different color to the rest of the pan. So I don't know if it's just because that's a spot where maybe animals have been kicking up the soil to have a bit of a dust bath, and so maybe it's a bit softer than the surrounds. But I suppose one of the draw factors, at least, other than being literally right next to the water, might be that actually there's a bare patch of soil. Everywhere else there's this little shrubbery layer of the kind of Nama Karoo, and that really doesn't look very soft. It's quite spiky to sit on, so I'd imagine it's very spiky to lie down on with your very delicate underbelly. So maybe that's why these two have chosen that little kicked up patch of dirt. And we're waiting patiently to see if any of the other animals come down. We've glimpsed some kudus and some black wildebeest, so I think maybe they'll come down this way at some point. And if we're patient, we might get to see them all around the pan together. Now, I've been having a look to see if hartebeest have any form of interesting courtship display, but from what I can find, the most that they do is the males get really aggressive with each other, which we have been lucky enough to see, males chasing each other at full speed. And the most dominant male will obviously take over the herd. He'll have mating rights of the females, and then I suppose it's just a matter of following them around at really close range until they're actually allowed to mate. But I can't find any interesting courtship displays or anything like that for hartebeest. And I suppose it would work pretty much the same in things like black wildebeest as well. The males fight each other and the most dominant wins. But interesting, we thought impalas did the same thing, but it turns out the females actually test the males quite a lot. And what they do is they run. They run like the clappers, and they make the males chase them. And if the male can keep up, then they seem to be quite happy. But if not, they can actually refuse him, and they can try and find somebody else. So maybe potentially something similar might happen with the hartebeest. I've never been lucky enough to actually see them mating. I've seen impalas and springbuck mating. I've seen giraffes mating. I've seen rhinos mating. I've seen warthogs mating. Elephants as well, lions, leopards, even wild dogs. But I've never seen hartebeest or black wildebeest mating or blesbuck. And those are 3 species that we do have in this area, and hopefully will come down to the pan at some point when they're done hiding behind all the bushes. Loyiso, I would think, between smell, sight and hearing, they're all pretty much on par, but I would think they almost would rely on their sense of hearing more, because they can be found in quite dense areas. But I might be wrong. I actually don't know an exact answer to that, if there is one. And so I'm going to have a look and see if there is one that is much, much, much stronger than the others. What you find with a lot of plains game, like red hartebeest, they end up having pretty equally developed senses, because they tend to spend time not only on their own but with other animals as well. So things like black wildebeest, impalas, blesbuck, zebras, and so they all kind of work together. So for example, we know that zebras have the best eyesight. Giraffe probably have the best advantage of height, so they can see further, but a zebra's eyesight is actually better than most of the herbivores we know of. So they can see all the color spectrums. They can even see a bit of UV, and they've got exceptionally good eyesight. But giraffes also have that, and they have the added advantage of a height bonus. So when they all hang out together, they can all help each other. But zebras, we know, have much better sight than hearing and smell, where all of the others seem to be quite equally developed, because if there's bad weather, they're going to need to rely on sight. If it's a really strong wind, they're going to rely on smell and hearing. So they need to have pretty good senses all round, if that makes sense. But I'll definitely have a look and see, Loyiso, if there is one that is more developed. To me, I would think their more developed sense might be hearing. But I could be wrong. It might be smell or eyesight. Because predators can hide, but they can't physically not make a noise. So I would think their hearing might be slightly better than their eyesight or sense of smell. But I might be completely wrong. What would you think, Morgan? You think hearing and smell? Yeah. Yeah, I would think those would be quite hard to fool. Where you could hide, you can't very easily not make a noise or not smell like anything. But I'll have a look for you, Loyiso, and let you know. Okay, so I've had a quick look in the book, and it seems like smell and hearing are very good. Sight is very poor, so that would make a lot of sense. I'm glad we looked that one up. So Loyiso, if you're still watching, I hope you are, those would be the best senses, smell and hearing, because like we were discussing, a predator can quite easily hide behind a bush and stay still in the shade and not be spotted. But to not make a noise, they have to breathe. They have digestive processes which make noises. And on top of that, when they move, it is physically impossible to make no sound at all. They have to be heard at some point. And smell, they can't get rid of their smell. They can groom themselves to smell better, but they still have a basic smell. I'm not talking after they had a really big red meat-filled meal, because yes, then they'll have more of a smell. But physically their body has a smell. When they're sweating, when they're moving, when they urinate, they have a smell. So it would make sense that smell and hearing are their best senses, and eyesight is rather poor. Lucky for them, because they hang out with zebras and all the other animals, when they combine their senses, they're pretty much covered, which is quite nice. So the zebras have gone over that way. We're hoping that they're going to come back this way, but unfortunately, they seem to be enjoying a little bit of the ridge. But they are the ones that by far have the best eyesight.
As you can see, we've still got loads and loads and loads of zebras in Okokoyo. It really has been, I almost want to say, visually stimulating. You know, we've really had a quiet couple of weeks recently, even though it's been super, super green, and now it's sort of like swapped. There's a lot of animal activity again in terms of the zebras, the oryxes, the springbok. But if I may show you that Okokoyo is rapidly losing its color. Just look at that. It's becoming very, very dry and sort of barren again. So there really is pros and cons to everything when it comes to, you know, having sightings, whether it's a waterhole or whether you are physically on safari. There definitely is always pros and cons. If you've had rain, there's a lot of water for the animals everywhere, and they are no longer, you know, restricted just to coming to one area. I remember often if I had, especially international guests, you know, you would arrive at your first waterhole on safari, and they'd almost be super disappointed because, you know, when you watch Lion King or a lot of these documentaries, or even a place like Okokoyo, specifically as it's becoming dry now again, then you sort of expect to have all of the animals at one waterhole, but that is not always the case. Which sucks for us, but is great for the animals because then they've got water all around. But right now, as I say, you can see it's rapidly changing. It's becoming very dry again, which, to be honest, I'm getting a little worried. You can see the grass is losing nutrition and color, and literally just a week, 2 weeks ago, it was still super green and lush and just wonderful for the animals all in all. But now it is going back to its old ways, so we'll see if we get some more rain, hopefully. Generally, the rain is anything from January up to April. So hopefully we'll still be lucky with some more rain. But again, you know, I'm sort of torn. I'm really, really thrilled to be seeing the oryxes back. So many zebras all at once at the waterhole. But that being said, you know, you can see that the bush is changing again. So I wonder if I could be very, very selfish and ask Mother Nature, can we please just have one elephant sighting before it rains? If this is going to be the case, if we can just see some elephants, please. We really have not seen them for quite some time. And of course, animals migrate, you know, not necessarily, we tend to think of migration, you know, the big migration that just happens, but sometimes it can be like a mini migration as well. Whether it's a national park, a private game reserve, my previous private game reserve that I guided on, in the winter time specifically, all of the elephants would go from the south to the north, because in the north there was this massive sort of river stream, and not just for the water, but specifically the vegetation in the north grew way better in the winter time, because there was a massive river in the south as well, but the elephants actually sort of had a mini migration every year to go from the south to the north, just purely for that reason. Well, again, according to our speculation and our interpretation. So it might be that the elephants are very far away from this waterhole, or it might be that they are just around the corner and we can expect them to see or to come visit us this afternoon. And I'm just putting some energy out there, Mother Nature, if you are listening. But just look at that. A week, 10 days ago, this was still super green and super lush. And it is very quickly drying up again. So hopefully we'll get some proper rains again. We can only hope and pray. But if you're just joining us, welcome to the... Ooh, you are very pregnant, lady. Ooh. Oh gosh, I thought she had a limp. No, just tripped over the rocks. And of course she's uncomfortable. So if you are just joining us, we are in the beautiful Okukoya, which is in Namibia, at one of our waterholes, which we get to monitor on a daily basis. And we really have seen so many zebras today. So it's been wonderful. In Juma, we've seen a hippo. We've done some birding. Ben himself has also enjoyed some birding. And we really just are focusing on the smaller things today. Tess had some hartebeest with a youngster as well. So it's been a good day just to, sort of sit back, relax, just watch Mother Nature happening right in front of us, and all of these animals having their different interactions, from the zebras fighting to some of them just coming down for water. It has been such a magnificent day. And if you do not know what it works like, as we are watching these beautiful creatures, all of this is happening live. How lucky are we? So if you have any questions pertaining to the animals or the locations or us as naturalists, please do get in touch with us. We really love hearing from all of you. And as you know, we are always keen on a good discussion. So definitely get in touch with us. Let us know what you are looking forward to, or perhaps anything you want us to have a look out for. But it has been a beautiful and peaceful day. Really, it has. Lenny, I am so glad you are still with us. You would like to know if the Abnam storks are done for the migration. I wouldn't be able to tell you. And the only reason I say that is because they follow rain. So specifically with them, they can be seasonal migrators. In some areas, you might see them sooner than in other areas. Of course, here in Okukoya, our rainfall season does start a little bit later than some of our other locations. But I don't think so. If you're asking me personally, I don't think so, because we've still been seeing the European bee-eaters. Every now and again, they do photobomb the camera still. And a lot of the other migratory birds are still around. So I don't think so. However, that being said, I can't be too sure. I don't know how patient they are in terms of waiting for the rain. Of course, they do feed on insects and things like that. So with rain, that helps a lot for those creepy crawlies to come out. And that is why birds often, especially your migratory birds, that is why they'll come around in the rain season, because then there's food for them as well. I say this every single day, but rain is just so incredible how it changes absolutely everything, and it all happens so naturally. Just like we've been seeing in Djuma, there's been a lot of change in terms of what the animals have been doing, what they've been feeding on. And it really just has been so incredible to see all of them. I think change is an understatement. It's a transformation. So Lenny, to answer your question, hopefully they will be patient enough and they will not be too far away yet. Because we literally only did see them for a couple of days. So hopefully they are still around and they will stick around for the next rains also to come. Because that really was a magnificent sight to see for the past couple of days, seeing that massive flock of them arriving in 1,000 to at least 2,000, I would say. But it really just goes to show you never know what's going to happen out here. I honestly did not expect to see this many zebra.
Did you know that explorers are watching ad-free right now? Right this very minute, they are listening to the soothing sounds of nature and seeing uninterrupted content.
I am shaking with excitement.
But don't fret, you can try out an Explorer subscription in monthly, 6 monthly and yearly options. Experience nature naturally, totally ad-free. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
man, how incredible is this? And we've got a wildebeest. That really has been the sighting of the month, I think. The lone wildebeests. And of course they do that, the males. They'll move around by themselves. Find a patch like that. Mark their area. Wait for the ladies to come around. Oof, these zebra stallions are very feisty with one another. Woo! Just look at that. As Ben mentioned, this is not an animal you want to mess with. Whether you are a lion or another zebra, or specifically a human being. It's it's not an easy animal to domesticate. Megan22, you are saying we are so spoiled with all of the stripes at the waterhole. Yes, indeed. Indeed, it has been beautiful, and it really has been something, you know, that in the past couple of weeks I realized that we've taken for granted. Because it used to be an everyday sighting, but as soon as the rain arrived, you know, the animals had a lot of water all around the park and beyond the tree line. So they no longer just had to come to this area. Now this is a man-made water hole. So if they need to, if the conservation management really needs to, they can fill up this water hole for the animals. But that really is in your dire situations. To the best extent, you know, when you are part of conservation management, whether it's national park or private game reserve, it's a very fine line how you sort of interfere with animals and their behavior and their habitat specifically. So like this water hole, you don't necessarily want to make the animals dependent on you so that they know, well, there's always water here, because then animals sort of become accustomed to one area just being safe and being all right. But that being said, of course, you know, in situations like that, I think personally, again, this is a personal opinion, I think it is okay to sort of, you know, just sort of help the animals out. Specifically in a big and vast area where they have to move kilometers and kilometers and kilometers. I know, for instance, in Greater Kruger, when it's become dry, it really becomes a massive problem for animals, and they have to move kilometers and kilometers. I don't mean 5 or 10, like 50 to 100 kilometers just to get to one area where there potentially could be some water. So there are about 34 water holes here in Etosha National Park. This one being a man-made water hole. Some of the others are as well. But again, it definitely does help the animals. And I personally think that is why we've been seeing a lot of activity again. Because some of the other puddles and water holes and things have probably dried up again. Which would indicate that we need some rain again. I do realize that that's going to mean that we won't necessarily see them as often anymore, but that is fine. If that needs to happen, it needs to happen. King Kong, you would like to know if wildebeests are good swimmers. I think anything can be a good swimmer if it needs to, you know, to escape a predator, for instance, like with the wildebeest that migrate, or animals particularly that are being chased into water. However, that being said, not for great distances. It's not like an elephant or a hippo that enjoys swimming and has a lot of stamina for that to happen. But in terms of moving through water, I guess then yes. But in terms of actually swimming and being fit enough to actually swim for kilometers on end, I don't think so, no. It does depend on the situation again, of course. Waterbuck, a lot of the times, you know, people say that they are very good swimmers. That is not necessarily the case. Often they will run into water to sort of try and escape from a predator and get away in that moment. But that being said, a lot of animals can only go so long without food and without resting, etc. So in terms of wildebeest being actually good swimmers, I don't think necessarily it's a case of them doggy paddling. It's just getting through the water, whether they are, like we see on a lot of documentaries, when they are migrating or just quickly have to move through water. But in terms of actual swimming, I don't think they they necessarily enjoy it like elephants do or hippos do. So remember, if you have not heard about this yet, if you have any footage of any wildlife sightings, whether it's recent or not, please do send them through to us. We would love to see them. And believe me, even if you think it is not worthwhile, definitely send them through to us. We would love to see what you have witnessed in your time on safari, or perhaps you've seen it long ago or recently. It does not matter. So we encourage you to send that through to us, and you can of course earn money, you can win prizes, you can see your name in the credits on the Wild Earth TV shows. So if you are considering it, and again, even if you think it's not going to be good, definitely send it through. Generally it's those videos that do brilliantly. Perhaps you've seen something 50 times and I've never seen it. So to submit that, you can go onto our website and you just click on the content creator. And all of the information will be there for you that you can read about, that you can find out more on. We look forward to your submissions. Lucy, you would like to know what is the best picture or video that I've taken on safari. I really have to rack my brain here now. For me personally, video, not necessarily the best, but definitely one of my most memorable, was a lion that that picked up on a female that is in estrus. And he sort of like pushed his luck with her, and she had sub-adult cubs, so they weren't nursing anymore, anything like that. So it was time for her to be in estrus again. And he pushed his luck with her, and he really wanted to, obviously mate with her, and she wasn't having any of it. And then he decided, all right, well, I'm going to irritate your cubs now, and I'm going to be aggressive with them. And the moment he did that, that female, and they were literally right next to my vehicle, the moment he did that, that female flew up, and she literally smacked him across his face. You could hear the actual the actual contact. And the male backed off as soon as that happened. And she growled at him and everything. It was really, I have to say, I was on the edge of my seat. But that was in terms of videos. But to be honest with you, the funny thing is, for a long time on safari, I never took photos. And even to this day, you know, sometimes I still have to remind myself, take photos, because it's so important. But for me, I'm one of those people, I'm so in the moment, and I get so caught up in all of it. And often, you know, when we have dinner with guests, they'll say, oh, look at the photos I took in that leopard sighting. Then I'm like, what? Did we actually see that? Because you get so, not just because you appreciate everything, but you get so caught up. I'm sure all of you have seen on safari, you know, as naturalists, we have to monitor what's going on in the field. You have to listen to the radio, you have to listen to your guests, you have to utilize the spotlight, and then on top of everything, you also have to make sure you don't drive into a dam or a water hole. So there really is a lot, but just in terms of the actual photos, I get so wrapped up in a moment that I completely even forget I have a camera. But I really enjoy zebra photographs. I'm trying to think what else now. Really anything. I've got some brilliant photographs of elephants that I used to work very closely with. And I have some brilliant ones of them bypassing a waterhole while we're having sundowners. And you just see this perfect silhouette on the water. And really, any sunset and sunrise I get, but guess specifically for me, sunsets in Africa, you will never, ever see the exact same one. They're always different. But really, there's a lot. I mean, that's the sad thing, actually. I've taken so many photographs in my career and in my life, and you sort of just save it on your hard drive and on your laptop, and you don't often or frequently look at it. So I will definitely have a look at them again and tell you which one was my favorite. But there really have been so many. I've been very, very fortunate. Jeremiah, good afternoon. You would like to know if there are any animals born without vocal cords. I don't think so, no. I'm just trying to make sure of myself. I don't think so, no. Of course, they develop as they grow, like lions and a lot of these animals. But no, I don't think so. Even a baby animal. I'm sure you just heard that. That was a springbok making that noise, but even the babies can make that noise. So, of course, as they grow older or get bigger, that will become louder, just like humans. Your voice breaks or you become more loud. Your organs grow, so everything else grows as well. Your vocal cords and all of that. Well, not grows necessarily, develops. So just like we see, for instance, with lions, lion cubs make sort of like that meow call, and then as they grow older, as they develop, they can actually make that full-on roar. Like we see in Lion King, that part where Simba gets cornered by the hyenas and he sort of does that wow, wow, wow. And then the next thing, Mufasa is behind him and he does that big roar. But in terms of animals being born without I'm just trying to think if I'm incorrect. But no, I don't think so. Especially on animals that could potentially fall prey to predators, like these baby springbok. They are tiny and very vulnerable, but they can call if they need to. And of course, a lot of animals don't necessarily make noises or sounds that are always audible to us. Elephants, for instance, elephants rumble, and at times it can be woo. At times it can be at a very, very low frequency, even inaudible to the human ear. And it's incredible to think even a baby elephant knows exactly what the matriarch or the mom or the aunt or whoever is saying. Ooh, just want to see why everyone's being dramatic. Perhaps just some movement at the camp that got them a little bit on edge. Just want to see. Always get so excited when that happens, specifically now that we've been seeing so much movement again. A lot of the times the animals will sort of bolt away when the elephants are arriving to the waterhole. But alas, not today, not yet. We'll get there. Just trying to see if I can see the stallions that are clearly fighting, but I think they are off into the tree line. Just a little bit far away for us to actually catch them on camera. But just like the springbok, the impala, they are slowly coming into rutting season as well. For the zebras, it's still a month or so away. You can see there's a lot of mares that still even have to give birth. But in between all of that happening, there's a lot of animals that are not yet part of a harem or have not established their own harems. So a lot of the males are currently fighting, like the impalas, springbok, kudus, oryxes, zebras. Every now and again we'll see them actually challenging one another. And with zebras, of course, they don't have horns, so they will actually physically bite each other and kick each other. It's very it's very vicious at times. Michelle, you are saying you lost a lot of your memories after having a brain tumor, and it's definitely so important to take pictures and videos. First of all, I'm so sorry to hear that, but I could not agree with you more. Really, it's so important. And I think specifically, you know, with animals, it's definitely, as I say, for me, it's just the thing of getting lost in the sighting. I really do forget that I have a camera when I'm in a sighting, specifically if it's a spectacular sighting. I'm like, oh gosh, I should have taken a photo of that. But I think with life in general, I definitely agree with you. My late brother used to take a lot of photos. And, you know, it got to a point where it was very annoying. Like, can you please just stop? And the thing that he always scolded my sister on and I on was filters, you know. A lot of these social media filters will say, no, but put this filter on, or no, make us pretty in this light, or whatever. And he always scolded us and said, no, then it's not real. So no, then we're not taking the photo. But he took so many photos of everything. He used to go watch soccer, which is, of course, you know, and a lot of people refer to it as football. He used to do so many things. He used to catch Pokemon, and I used to think it's the dumbest thing, but that is how he made the most friends, and he got out so much and literally just took photos of everything. So I definitely agree with you on that. Even if we don't look at it every single day, as I say, specifically with me, with my wildlife photos, when I do every now and again on the odd chance go through it, I'm like, oh my goodness, I completely forgot about this. That is also for me personally why I keep a diary, and not like a dear diary, today we saw zebras and the foal was super cute and the viewers asked brilliant, not like that, just I log absolutely everything in my life. And when I don't know if you remember, if you were with us on Escape to Nature, I brought some of my diaries. And you guys actually sent me through some dates, and I would check out what did I see on those days, you know, a couple of years back. And that brings back so much memories. So that's why, you know, a lot of people that say, no, but live in the moment and just live in the present and all of that, definitely it's true. But I think it's very good to also in that moment make memories and, you know, sort of just remember all of it and really take note of all of it. Because as humans, I'm sure you will all agree with me, we've got goldfish memories, and we don't always take in as much as we can. So I definitely agree with you there, Michelle. It is so important just to take photos and pictures and be present, you know, with everything that we do in our life. Now just look at the tiny ones. It is so busy here today. And then they all take off again and make me hope that it's some elephants that might be chasing them away. But I highly doubt it. Alrighty, I'm going to send you over to Ben, who is of course in Madikwe, so we can see what they have been up to.
Yeah, Lisa, good luck. We're kind of doing the same, actually. We've managed to find Columbang Dam after what has been the ultimate adventure for Igor and I. I think we both deserve complimentary osteopath visits after the last hour. We've taken some alleged roads on the map, which claim to be roads, but they were more like mogul fields off a ski run. But we have made it. We have made it. And we've got a couple of spur-wing geese, which is a nice change. We don't see very many of those. 2 adults there, and off to the left we've got a couple of juveniles. So bigger than the standard Egyptian geese that we normally see. We did actually see a couple at Chikudu Dam the other day, but they were too far away for us to give you a sort of a proper visual. So there are some spur-wing geese, and those are the youngsters over there. Haven't quite developed their full coloration yet. But no, it's been very quiet in terms of elephants. I probably count the number of elephants we've seen in the last sort of 7 hours on one hand, to be honest. But there's well over 1,000, well, about 1,600 elephants here in Madikwe, so I'm sure they are around. And it is still quite warm, so maybe we get lucky and have 1 or 2 come down for a drink at the dam here. We have seen zebras, we've got warthogs, we've got some giraffe milling around in the distance as well. Excuse me, and some nice bird life as well, but difficult to sort of show you. They're all a little bit too far away, but we've seen mouse birds and the white-backed mouse birds. We've seen some blue-cheeked bee-eaters, and those spur-wing geese were a nice surprise. You can see a giraffe, not that he's already tall enough, but has decided to take up residence on the top of the dam wall over there, and some zebras just enjoying a sip from the edge of the water. I was talking about driving around so we could see them, but the road passes very close to that edge of the dam and we would scare them off, so I'm purposely waiting for the zebras to finish, because we are not here to disturb, we are here to observe. And a lovely little aggregation of animals at Columbang Dam, place of the bush pig as it's known. Excuse me, everybody. I just heard the goof of another blue wildebeest or gnu somewhere as well. And of course this is where we were, was it yesterday or was it the day before where we had the dogs? It was yesterday, hey. Yeah, this is where we had the dogs at Columbang Dam yesterday evening. So a good spot to come to, this. Okay, it looks like those zebras have finished drinking, so I think we should just move up a little bit closer and then we can get you some better views of those giraffe and the zebbies up there, and we'll also have a better view if something does come down to the dam. But yeah, lovely spot, this one, of a regular place that we've been visiting over the last couple of weeks, and always delivers something. We did have some warthogs rolling around in the mud off to my left, but obviously when we pulled in they decided to pull out. But yeah, let's see if we can get you some nice views of these giraffe. But yeah, we've taken some things which I can't even really call them roads, to be honest, some sort of tracks and a couple of roads which claim to be roads that are not roads at all anymore, and we kind of felt like we were just sort of following the GPS through the bushes, which was quite exciting. But it's all part of the fun, part and parcel of being out here. And that's often when you find the best stuff, actually, when you have no particular plan and no, well, thankfully we had a sense of direction, but we really weren't quite sure where we were or where we were going to come out. Okay, let me just pull up sideways here, and then Igor's got a good view of everything. There's lots of zebras and giraffe around. improve the angle a little bit. Is that good, Eagle? Good, okay. Okay, let's have a look. There's a couple of zebras with their foals. They're probably queuing to come down for a drink. The one at the back's getting a little bit agitated. But so a lot of flies around today. You can see their legs twitching, that skin in response to the stimuli of flies landing on them, just like we swat them away. Because they haven't got hands to do that, but it helps if you can manipulate your skin like that, just to chase those irritations away. Yeah, I know the feeling, girl. They are annoying. But nice and healthy zebras with their nice erect manes. Victoria, no, we actually get asked that question quite often because it is always sort of in motion, but certainly to my knowledge, no, it is just really a conveniently placed fly swat and probably protects their dignity a little bit as well, of course, when viewed from the back. But it's not used in social communication in any way, shape or form, like, for example, in the cats, or you can read elephant and rhino's body language by looking to see what the tails are doing. So no, just a very efficient fly swat. All three look like female giraffes there, looking at their ossicones. There's nice feathery tops and not particularly thick in terms of the diameter of those ossicones. So the males much thicker because they're used for fighting, and females they're not really used for anything at all, so they don't have to develop such sturdy structures. And also quite normal for females to feed quite low down, although there's nothing to stop a male bending down to eat as well. They don't always eat from the tops of the trees. In fact, it's easier to reach the tops of small trees because that's usually where the buds are most commonly found. Here comes a youngster from the left as well. Now you need to be careful trying to sex a young giraffe from those ossicones because they do take a little bit of time to develop, so we would have to have a look under the belly of that youngster, and this one for that matter. So let's have a look if they're boys or girls. We can't rely on those ossicones because they will grow with age. These two are probably not much more than a year old, if that. Might be able to get the occasional glimpse of that prehensile tongue shooting out of the mouth like a snake. Yeah, they do like to photobomb occasionally, these giraffes, but so we can see quite far here. It's nice and open, and obviously being big, they do stick out above the horizon line sometimes. But yeah, we've got zebras in the foreground and giraffe in the background. It's a bit like a school photo, but the tall ones at the back and the shorter ones at the front. I think there's an elephant coming at the back as well, Eagle, just off to the right. Yes, definitely. Oh, just disappeared behind the trees, but there is an elephant in the background as well. I just saw the reddish colour Another photo bomb from the giraffe. We'll have to have a word with them about that. But we'll keep an eye on that Ellie. Hopefully he comes down for a drink. He's just hiding in those sicklebush thickets for now. I see the giraffe has heard or seen the movement there. You can see the way she's stopped and suddenly adopted that staring posture. Realised it was no particular threat and carries on. I don't know what is smoother, the gait of the giraffe or Igor's panning. You can see a couple of structures outside. We're quite close to the northern fence line here, so those water tanks and things are outside the reserve. There's a kudu right at the back as well, you go to the left if you want. Just in case we didn't have enough different mammal species here, there's a kudu as well. Okay, we didn't get to see many kudus, so that's nice. I also just got a glimpse of our elephant again. I think he is going to make his way to the dam. Just going to see if he comes up onto the dam wall and then we'll reposition slightly for you. But there's a whole gathering of zebras in our way if we do choose to go that way. But possibly behind them you might see an elephant pop up, or he might make his way along the other side of the dam wall where we can't see over. Because they tend to drink in the sort of left-hand corner as we're looking at it. So it's much easier for them to get to there. Yes, they normally go down into that little sandy patch there. So I wouldn't be surprised if he pops out there shortly. Ah, well, there's another one. Thank you, Lisa. I'm not sure if you prayed for us or yourself, but the Ellies are arriving. Yeah, so we didn't know that one was there. That one snuck up on us, but up on the dam wall, there's the Ellie that we had seen. Lisa, we didn't steal your Ellie vibes. We are benefiting from your generosity. That's very kind of you to send them to Madikwe. Tom looks as if he's got a different shade of mud on his backside. Maybe had a bit of a sit down in a muddy puddle at some point this morning. Time for a drink. if you are just joining us, a very warm welcome back up to Madikwe Game Reserve in the northwest province of South Africa, close to the Botswanan border and Gaborone just on the other side. We've had lots and lots of zebras. It seems to have been a zebra day today. Zebras here, zebras in Kikuyu. We've had Dewey, the resident hippo in Djuma. And then what else have we seen? Elephants drinking. We've seen some giraffe, a couple of spur-winged geese. That was nice. Lots of wildebeest. And some interesting bugs as well. We had a predatory katydid and some little grasshopper-y type things as well. So all creatures great and small, as we like to say. But if you have any questions, comments that you would like to send us, please do so. Otherwise, sit back and enjoy this elephant having a half-hearted shower, trying to tie his trunk in a knot. Excuse me, Starbuck, that's again a very good question, and I have actually tried to find the answer to that question because it is unusual. In fact, the only other animal to do that out here is the hyena. They also walk both right legs and both left legs. And then of course there's a camel, which probably has something to do with its Latin name of Giraffa camelopardus, a camel horse basically, and sort of directly translated. As far as I know, we don't really know. I believe that it must have something to do with the weight distribution, because if you look at a hyena, it also has that slightly elongated neck and heavy head, as does a giraffe. But quite what the reasoning is behind it, I do not know. And I remember looking into it in the past and not being able to find a satisfactory explanation. I think simply because it does. It's about as good as I can give you, sorry. But there must be a reason. It's probably something to do with efficiency, because of perhaps the length of the legs as well. But yeah, I'm really not sure. I think it's known as a pacing gait, if I remember. I think it's just to do with sort of not getting your legs tangled up when they're so long, which kind of makes sense, but then doesn't make sense for a hyena. So. LG7, you obviously were watching our little standoff that we had with that elephant cow last week. I wouldn't say we were particularly scared at the time. I mean, we must always be respectful, but I mean, I've been working around elephants for nearly 15 years, and you kind of have to trust your gut as to whether or not it's a serious thing or whether she's just flexing her muscles. And obviously we don't know what would have happened had we not have ended up moving or accelerated away from her at the end. But she showed no particular aggression. She was trying to be intimidating. She had her ears out. She approached the back of the vehicle. But she didn't trumpet. She had a couple of sort of little, like, mini lunges, I suppose, but that I would consider to be posturing in elephants. It's very difficult to say what's the difference between a genuinely angry elephant and an elephant that is trying to scare you. And the best advice I can give anybody, and I say the same thing when doing sort of guide training as well, is learn to trust your gut. If you are not sure, then rather get out. But what you want to avoid is always moving out of an elephant's way, because then inadvertently you're teaching the elephant that every time it acts aggressively or tries to intimidate you, you will back down, and then that elephant learns to be aggressive. And I also do believe there was a very good reason for it. She obviously wanted whatever vegetation was right next to the car. She decided she wanted to eat, and we were just too close, and I mean, we're talking meters away, obviously, for her to be comfortable to do that. Oh, nice shower. And having watched it back, because Igor and I went back and watched the video as well, because obviously we were quite interested to sort of see it from a more objective perspective. And what was surprising to me, that also told me that she really wasn't doing anything other than flexing her muscles a little bit, is when we didn't move and we had our hands out and we were just sort of asking her politely not to come any closer, she did. And then I told her I was going to move, and when I started the car, she didn't even flinch. Now, if she was really jumpy and unhappy, just that noise should have caused a reaction, because we suddenly made, a loud, unnatural noise, and she didn't even flinch at all. And it was only because we started moving, it was that sort of chase response, that she came after us. And I think actually she was close enough that if she really wanted to make contact with the car, she probably could have given us a little nudge. But again, she was just sort of shooing us away more than anything else. But if in doubt, rather get out, I would suggest. But certainly, once she was chasing out, because obviously you didn't see all of it, once after we left, when we pulled out, she actually did start to sort of run after us down the road, and that's then a difficult one. So rather than just get out, if we'd have stopped and tried to stand our ground, she's now a bit wound up. That could have been potentially a little bit more dangerous, so we just sort of left the area and left her in peace. But ultimately, she just wanted the grass under the car, I think. But back to our elephant here, he's having a lovely, slow and thoughtful time, but splashing ears particularly there, up behind the ears, just to help with that cooling mechanism. He's fanning the ears, putting some cool water, cooling down the back of the ears, and then fanning it to basically just like sweating, and that will cool those great big thick veins on the back of the ears and hopefully cool his core temperature. Cleaning away some of that sort of scum that does tend to congregate on the top of the water there. Try and get to the cleaner water underneath. Alrighty, well, we're going to enjoy this elephant pool for a little while longer, but let's send you back over to Okukoyu and Lisa and see what's happening at the waterhole there. See if her elephant prayers have been answered.
Ben, you're my friend, but I don't have to like you right now. No elephants this side yet. At least someone got the illy luck, Even if it's not me, that is perfectly fine. At least one of us got it. But no elephants this side yet. You never know what the day might give us a bit later. But nothing yet. Still a lot of zebra coming and going. And it really has been so amazing just to see all of this movement around the waterhole. Again, as I say, I'm torn a little. Because this really is so cool for myself, considering the past few weeks where it's been really quiet. But sometimes you need times like that to just reflect and make you reappreciate absolutely everything that you've seen on drive. And I myself can testify to that. You know, often you have just picked up guests and you coincidentally bump a leopard at a waterhole on the way to the lodge, and then you see lions and elephants the afternoon, and you know, by their second safari they really have seen all of the big things. And then you sort of have a bit of a quieter time, and then guests are always like, but where's all of the animals, what happened? And that really is just how it goes. I'm sure all of you have seen this on all of our safaris, but I'm sure you've also seen that we really do enjoy the smaller things as well. And even something like these zebras, you know, we've been seeing this the whole day, but it has been so brilliant, not just because it's visually stimulating, but just the fact that there's been a massive transformation in terms of the animal movements we have at this waterhole, in the park itself, of course. Woo, that female on the right is massive. Look at that, she's literally bulging on the sides. And we just had a European bee-eater flying past again. Oh, she's huge. That is incredible. And you know, sort of with humans, I'm not saying it's always the case, but for me specifically, what I've been seeing, you know, in the modern day, with humans, it's sort of like, okay, wait, you're probably going to have your baby in the next 2 weeks, or a lot of people, of course, get C-sections. But it's so incredible to think that that massive mare that we just saw that is heavily pregnant, she might come here tomorrow and she might have a brand new baby foal with her. It might only happen in 2 weeks. It might happen over the weekend. We really have no idea. And that really is the beauty about Mother Nature. Everything out here is just so unpredictable, so unexpected. I guess it's very, very similar to life. That is the beautiful and brilliant, but probably horrible thing about life, is you never know what's going to happen. So sometimes it just comes out of nowhere and it really shocks us, and other times it really surprises us. But of course, tomorrow is Valentine's Day, right? And I've been thinking the whole day, what should our discussion be tomorrow? Of course, you know, during this time of Valentine's, we will be discussing courtship and mating behaviors and all of that of the various species that we get to see at Wild Earth. But I think tomorrow, just in terms of the theme of love, I think we'll have a bit of a discussion on why we love wildlife and nature, and what have you loved the most about Escape to Nature or Sunrise Safari or Sunset Safari? Not necessarily just, you know, in this past year or whatever, of all time. What's been your favorite sighting? So definitely go have a think about that this afternoon and tonight. I think tomorrow we'll make that our discussion of love. What do we love about Wild Earth, and what do we love about the various sightings and the various animals? Even if it's just perhaps a sighting that we've had that you really cannot get out of your mind. Why do you love wildlife? What do you love about wildlife?
When was the last time you caught your breath? When were you last truly amazed? When last did you marvel at the wonder of nature? Wild Earth Epic Animal Encounters. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
And they've literally not stopped for one moment. It's literally been a coming and going of zebras the whole day. It really has humbled me once again. As I say, we often tend to just take the animals for granted, you know, even if it's a general game species like the zebras or the oryx or the springbok, even if it's just birds, you know. Last week we saw so many of the Abdom storks, and I have not seen one today. But we've got zebras all around. It really has been such a magnificent day. Puffy clouds. Nothing yet to get excited about though. Hopefully it keeps building and building. I actually want Juma to send the rain over to Okokoyo. Just like I've been sending my Ellie vibes to Ben. Apparently I sent it to the wrong location. Perhaps the clouds got sent to the wrong location. And giraffes. Oh my goodness. It's been months since I last saw a giraffe in Okokoyo, which again also, you know, sort of became a common occurrence, a general sighting. But when you don't see the animals, then you start to miss them. Man, they just keep coming and going. I know I've been saying that the whole day, but it really has been the case. And it's been an interesting pattern as well to see which direction they are actually coming from. For the most part, they are coming like from the central game path, which of course leads to the waterhole. But for the most part, you know, when you are on foot in the bush, most of your game paths do lead to waterholes. Not all of the time. But if you think about it, that is what animals all have in common. They all want food and they all want water. And water is of course life. So often when you follow a game path, that is what you will come across. Even if it's a dried up waterhole or a dried up pan or puddle even. Have a look. I saw a very tiny zebra somewhere in between these now. And this is also by far one of my favorite animals to photograph. You would actually think they are very, very easy to paint. So I don't know who of you are perhaps artists, but my father is also a wildlife, not really wildlife, but an artist, you know, in terms of painting some wildlife and landscapes and things like that. And apparently these are the most difficult things to actually get onto a canvas. You would think it's just black and white stripes, but apparently not that easy. I would honestly just I would just make like a little stick figure animal with 4 legs and just make some black and white stripes on them. How difficult can it really be? The springbok. We're about to run away. It's like that one scene in Lion King when Pumbaa gets to the waterhole and all of the animals are just like, nope, it's a no from us. Oh, we've got an oryx. A gemsbokkie. Not too sure what that noise was. I think it might have been one of the gates from the camp. That is, of course, just behind us. Very, very incredible. My mother visited this beautiful campsite 2 years ago now, 1.5 years ago. And she cannot stop ranting and raving about it. Just imagine you are literally sitting outside or just coming out of your house and you perhaps see some elephants or zebra or black rhino. Oh, what an incredible experience. I cannot wait to visit this campsite. Alrighty, I'm going to send you back to Ben, who's in Madikwe, and hopefully still with my favorite animal.
Yes, well, sorry, Lisa, but we thank you for your elephant summons. You just got the location wrong, but no complaints this side. And I believe you were looking for giraffe as well, which we've had lots of. But we are going to enjoy this pair of bulls also having a nice drink, as we're almost running out of time. So let's enjoy the moment whilst we can. Just like us on the beach walking through the shoreline. Beautiful profile shot. one side on and one head on. Well, he was head on. But this one, I think, just sort of pushed that one out the way, which is strange because this is the smaller one. He's going to be the exact spot that one was drinking. He's probably decided that maybe that water was nicer. But also paddling. I'm sure the soles of their feet are very sensitive, so it must be nice and soothing just to have that cool water on your feet. And we've been joined by another elephant bull. Lots of bulls up in this northern area of the reserve. We don't see very many herds here, but lots of solitary bulls. Well, not necessarily solitary, but bulls hanging out together, socializing over larger distances.
Sorry about that, but it has sadly come to that time of day where we unfortunately have to say goodbye to one another. I bid you farewell. But I will see you tomorrow on Love Day, or of course I might see you later on Sunset Drive. So please do stay tuned for us, and please do join us again tomorrow. I would love to have a discussion with you on why you love wildlife, what you love about Wild Earth, what has been your favorite sighting. So I think that is what we will do tomorrow on Escape to Nature. But thank you as always for joining us. It has been a brilliant day, and thank you for spending your day with us. We really do appreciate it. But we will see you tomorrow, and we hope you have a beautiful Monday. From myself, Nick, Ben and Tessa, have a beautiful Monday, and we'll see you tomorrow.